Good morning. Good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning to you. Good morning. Hi. Hello.
Hi. Good morning. Hi. Hello. Hi.
Hello, what did you miss? Nothing. We just started. We just got here. You haven't missed anything. Happy Friday for everybody's on Friday. Everybody has a weekend coming up. That fucking sure ain't me. This week feels like it went by fast, but I really think it's just because I'm very, very confused. I'm spending my whole day confused. So this was the art we were working on yesterday. For anybody who doesn't follow on Twitch. This was the art we were working on yesterday morning. But no, we're still doing political talk. No, you get back here. My mistake. I said it was a good morning. No, we're still talking about politics. No. This is still political stream. I'm just gonna work on this. Well, no, you're already trapped here. You can't leave now. Too late. It's too late. There's no going back. We're still gonna be talking about politics. We're gonna finish up what, yeah, I'm gonna work on this. 1994. Is this shirt that old? I don't think it is. I think it's in too good of shape for it to actually be this old. Especially if it was owned by me. This is a hand-me-down though, so maybe somebody just had it and never wore it. I don't recall. Can we look forward to seeing someone as bad as Moose again? If you want. If you want, we can definitely do. We can go out of our way and find that on purpose. Hey Elijah, what's going on? But yeah, we're still doing politics. God, I hope so. I find people like Obtuse Moose incredibly entertaining because they lead to like such a more interesting discussion, and then I end up learning things because these people don't know dick shit. So then I fucking have to go look it up and figure out what the hell they're talking about, and then I end up learning something. I think that's when Old Navy came to life, birthed by the Gap. The Baby Gap? 90 streams strong. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I gotta limber up. Ooh. I don't have any beer today, so whatever we're suffering through, we're gonna have to suffer through it sober. Unfortunately. And I'm not gonna put gin in my tea. I haven't fallen that far. I haven't fallen that far beyond my own chagrin. Alright. So I do have a Carney Q&A part that we left off yesterday because I had to go record with... One of the reasons why I cut what I did was because I had to go record with Landon. So there's going to be a really interesting Moons of Jupiter video coming out on Debate Hub, which is a lecture by Landon. So if you're interested in that, definitely swing by. I also have to make sure I write down on my calendar what the hell time I'm doing that on Saturday, because I'm also going to be recording a lecture from Egyptomaniac on the 16th. So there's some really neato burrito shit coming down the pipeline for Debate Hub stuff. Canada is more comfortable with its with crown corporations than the United States is the equivalent. Yeah, I think so. Sobers, you youngsters know that cannabis is legal now. Yeah, I just don't have any right now. Alright. Ugh. Don't remind me. Don't remind me that I'm currently weedless, alright? I have no weeds. Hello, I would like one weed, please. Yeah, we actually had a lot of stuff to cover yesterday that we didn't get to because, again, I had to go record. So there's still more to talk about. Here. Excuse me while I just move my tablet closer to my little tiny body for my little tiny T-Rex arms. And so I got a bunch of, as always, I have a bunch of editing to do, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna get to it. Let me get the stuff on the screen in a way that is conducive. Maybe I can get it on the screen in a way that is conducive. I mean, that kind of looks like trash, right? Like, I mean, it's kind of okay if you can't see some of the art for, like, amounts of time, but don't want it to be too oh my god, I can't see. I'm blind. We'll do that. How's that? That should be okay, right? I can see if I can make the closed captioning a little bit bigger on it. US 15% government jobs, Canada 20% government jobs, but Canada counts education and healthcare as government jobs. Yeah, that makes sense. Those numbers make a lot of sense. I was laughing because I'm like, like, what do you think's wastewater sewage treatment plants like do? Do you think they do nothing? I would love to see somebody who thinks that government jobs do nothing go and deal with like construction in a city and be like, oh yeah, no, they don't do anything. They don't produce anything. Yeah. Go see what happens to your fucking city if you don't have wastewater treatment. Wastewater. Yes. I'm changing the font size. I'm turning the font size up to 200. Is that okay for you guys? Is that better? That should be okay, right? 200 is pretty big. I just like to make my streams accessible. We're all inclusive here. Alright. Should we get started? I guess I need to put my headphones on. Alright. We Gucci. We good to go. We got Dumb Fuck Friday later tonight. Shut up. Fucking Spider-Man Genesis. It sounds like that honestly sounds like it should be something done by like the Animaniacs video game. Alright. I'm gonna put him back a little bit just because I don't remember where the fuck what did he say last? Let me just check, make sure everything's running. Everything is running. Okay. I'm gonna get him. Okay, there we go.
Move that forward more rapidly. We're already in a position where 10,000 plus homes, catalyzed by Build Canada Homes, are either under these agreements are in place. We've got 1,400 homes are either under construction or will be in the next 2 months. We're doing that plus large projects. We're doing it plus providing a boost and a bridge to Canadians. We're doing that while continuing, despite unprecedented trade measures being taken by the United States. We're the second fastest growing economy in the G7 with the best fiscal position, with 20 new deals signed with other countries around the world. So we're going to do multiple things at the same time. We have enough room. We're ready to go into detailed negotiations. We're also ready to wait if that's what has to happen.
But in terms of that urgency,
so that's that's kind of valid, right? If you want to talk about how like successful not only was Carney not dealing with a majority government to begin with, but he was also dealing with all this other shit on top of it. So the fact that this guy's been able to get anything done at all is kind of a marker of being not useless and not. If the guy with the microphone doesn't look like he knows the history of the kettlebell, are we supposed to take him seriously? I know, right? If you don't know the history of the kettlebell, can Canadians even care what you have to say? Like, really, my God, get your act together.
We're running out of time otherwise. Next question.
Prime Minister Stephanie Levitz from the Globe and Mail. I will quote you directly from yesterday, if that's okay with you.
That's good.
So you were talking about, it was the question of trade irritants. You said, we understand what some of the what the Americans would call trade irritants or trade issues we have some on our side as well. Can you be a bit more clear about what those are, and are those things that you would like to see solved prior to negotiation? Are they part of the negotiation?
No, Ms. Levitz, I think this distinction between prior and to any adjustment on the trade side is part of the negotiation. That's my view. So whether you have a global agreement or you...
Yeah, that's how that works. That's anything that's going on counts as part of the negotiations, period. End of. I don't know how many negotiations you guys have been through. I've been part of negotiations before, and when I had to be part of negotiations, the mediator, who was definitely a one-sided prick, came to me to tell me about something I hadn't even heard of, that was like, oh, but don't let that affect us. He promises that's not what he's doing, because apparently people were threatening to release nudes. And I'm like, bro, how do you even have that? What are you talking about? So, like, anything and everything, even including outside factors, factor into the negotiation, especially, like, even on an individual level, let alone on a fucking global scale, right? Couldn't do 2 hours on Joe Rogan. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Hey, MP, what's going on? Up for a vintage art show today, but that's not happening this weekend now because reasons. Well, that you get to hang out with us.
Take a few things off the table as part of moving towards that global agreement. That's part of the negotiation. So I think to some degree, I understand why you're asking the previous question, but it's an unhelpful distinction because it's part of an overall negotiation. That's the simple thing.
It's splitting hairs for the sake of politics.
There's a 50% tariff on aluminum, 50% tariff on steel. The derivative measures that have been put in place on both of those, the auto tariffs, which are inconsistent with the side letters, the tariffs on forest products. So there's a series of issues there that are right there in front of us all. I mean, they're fundamental. We understand the Americans have changed their overall trade policy, their orientation, but we need to work together, and we will work.
Yeah, I'm gonna do art while we're listening and catching up on all the politics, because I have also realized that I have fallen behind in some of the political stuff, and one of the fastest ways for me to get through that many videos is if I'm doing something else in the meantime. And so this is my something else that I'm doing in the meantime. I agree with PNC. I think that... What pretty bugs? See? Bugs. Dragons? Bugs. Dragons are bugs. Confirmed. Confirmed. More evidence. More evidence that dragons are bugs. Thank you. I will die on this hill for no fucking reason, even though nobody asked me to. And nobody brought it up but me. Sorry, I agree with PNC. I do think that, like, making any kind of deal, quote unquote, with Donald Trump is a waste of time, especially considering, like, the American Congress can seemingly do fucking absolutely nothing when it comes to dealing with him. So it seems to be, like, not even why bother, you know what I mean? Like, there's no point. It's not like, there's no... Even the United States in general, although they were more stable, was still like a coin toss depending on who won the election that year. So, you know.
Together in the context of what's in the best interest of both countries.
Follow-up? Just as the follow-up, with regards to the steel tariffs in particular, and I want to link this to the video you posted on the weekend about forward guidance and not sugarcoating it for Canadians. There are people in the steel industry now, for example, who are looking at the way they've changed the application of the steel tariff and are warning that thousands of jobs are going to be lost imminently, like not down the road, like within weeks. And so I wonder if you could speak to those Canadians, and what is your assessment of how bad it is about to get out there?
I would make it, if I may, distinction between the industry, the core industry in steel, where a series of measures have been taken, raising our tariffs and so-called tariff rate quotas to third country steel into Canada, introducing a Buy Canadian policy, providing strategic response, hundreds of millions of dollars of support into the industry and into workers, which is helping to shift some of our largest steel manufacturers into profitability and into new markets. I want to distinguish between that, where there's more to be done, and look, it would be better for the United States. We are resolute about this, better for the United States and better for Canada to have a unified steel market that we had before. It would make the U.S. more competitive versus China. It would provide more markets for American steel. That would do a number of things as well. Ultimately, that's part of the negotiation. Where the pressure is increasing, and what we're looking at right now, is the change in American, this term derivatives, where it's downstream users of steel, and then a tariff, a steel-like tariff, or effectively a steel tariff being applied to the whole product, and the jump in the tariff because of that. And that is a new development that the Americans are applying globally. Remember that all the things in steel, aluminum particularly, America's applying to everybody. We happen to have a trade agreement, or existing trade agreement, which is what they're doing is inconsistent with that. I recognize my answers.
Yeah, they're violating. It is a little bit of a long answer, but like it makes sense, right? Hey, Joker, good to see you. Does Canadian mainstream media not have access to U.S. mainstream media? Yeah, I know, right? Sometimes it feels like that. I wonder if that's like intentional on their part. You know what I mean? I wonder if there's like an intentionality where they're like, we kind of have to like act as if we don't know some things to be able to get through some other things, or like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm being clear. I'm maybe not being clear about what I mean there. Long answer to say Trump has no idea what he's doing. Well, there's that. The problem is that, like, again, negotiating with this presidency in the United States right now is ultimately a waste of time, and they're just arbitrary, just throwing fucking random shit around. So, like, it doesn't, who fucking cares? They're gonna, like, they're kicking the can. They're gonna, I think, in my opinion, I think the Liberal Party is kicking the can down the road about dealing with and negotiating with the United States. If they kick the can down the road without definitively making a decision, then the decision comes up again. Then the conversation around Kuzma comes up again in like a couple of years. Whereas if they don't sign, or if they make a decision, it's going to be like not until like 2040 that it's going to come up again. There's like some way they can finagle the gap. So I think what they're doing is they're going to like take the opportunity that Donald Trump is giving Canada to build up and shore up Canada's both resources and markets, and take the opportunity to diversify. Because again, the United States isn't just doing this to Canada, they're doing this to fucking everybody else. So everybody else is also looking for alternatives. In doing so, it opens Canada up to be that alternative. And so there's a lot of stopgaps that need to be taken and are being taken, which is what he's explaining here. In the meantime, while that rollover and while that happens, and yeah, it's going to hurt, and yeah, people are going to have to suffer through it because there's not really any other option. Like, what else are they supposed to do? Right? They can't control the United States. They can't control Donald Trump. The United States can't even control. The checks and balances that are supposed to control Donald Trump can't even control Donald Trump. So what do you expect? What do you want, like, the fucking what do you want the fucking prime minister or president or governor or anybody from any other country to do? The answer is nothing. They can't do anything. And expecting them to do anything is ridiculous. I do think this answers the question, though. In my opinion. Let me know if you think he didn't answer a question. Dealing with Donald Trump is like trying to play chess against a rabies-infected, druggy air rat in the park. Oh, you mean Donald Trump? But alright.
Long, but I'll make sure we get some more questions. So I better stop there.
Next question. Question, question. Jordan.
Hi, Jordan Gowling, National Post. The MOU deadline is 3 weeks.
I will remind you guys that the National Post is the American-owned and American trust fund media. Just so you know. Invest in the ballroom. Stonks.
asked for deals on industrial carbon pricing, Pathways Project. Is the source of the delay disagreement on industrial carbon pricing?
No, source of delay is good hard work between. The reality is there's good work, regular conversations between the governments, the federal government and the government of Alberta. We're making progress on a number of things. These are fundamental structural changes we're making together, and I would say we're making good progress. It's not quite there yet, but you'll be amongst the first to know when it is.
Follow up.
Premier Smith has said,
if Trudeau approved a pipeline, let's talk about that for a second. If Trudeau approved a pipeline, how has today been treating me? Not bad. I'm okay. It's a little bit cooler today than I would prefer, but it is only May 1st now, so that's okay. So let's talk about Trudeau / Carney pipeline stuff. All right, let's talk about it for a second. So, because this is one of those ones that comes up again. First off, what year are you talking about? Because depending on what year you're talking about will depend on whether or not any pipeline would even be finished as of right now. Second off, where are you talking about? What, in the hypothetical pipeline you're talking about that the Liberals should have made, where should that pipeline be? So, because that would define how helpful it might be right now. Thirdly, do you have a citation for this? And like, I know that there might not be a direct one, and it might just be, you know what I mean? I just like to know where people are getting their information from so I can fucking go find it myself. Thirdly, we should also remember that the Liberals did build a pipeline. There's a pipeline out west that was built by the Liberal government, specifically Trudeau's Liberal government. So he did build a pipeline. So there's also that. So if you did have a pipeline, who's operating it also? Would it be Enbridge? Who's the investor? Okay, well, that's not a date. That's not a... Yeah, these are oil pipelines that I'm referring to right now. How to Blow Up a Pipeline. Surprised it was allowed to get made. Was on Hulu. Oh, really? No, I haven't seen that movie. Is it like a documentary or is it like an action movie? Like, what kind of movie is it? Yeah, I do think that it is a little bit silly. That's one thing I do agree on. Like, we pipe our oil out to the United States, and then it gets refined in the United States, and then gets sold back to us. That's something that Canadians have been critical of for a long time. Specifically, Alberta oil is a very specific type of oil that needs a very specific type of refining. So even if we can pipe our oil to other places, it doesn't necessarily mean other places are going to buy it because they also might not have the refineries. So it is a little bit more complicated. People forget that other LNG pipelines, 2 pipelines from Alberta to the West Coast were built under the Liberals. The reason everyone thinks of TMX is because they also bought the damn thing. Yeah, there's also that. Oh, it's a drama. Oh, interesting. Hello, welcome. What's up? Yeah, yes, the Liberals have built pipelines. So you're still up 2 pipelines than you would be otherwise. So when and where are you expecting to build these pipelines in between building those other 2 pipelines where this is still viable? Right? You know what I mean? So I'm not convinced having another pipeline would help because where would we be selling to? Still the United States. The United States would still be our biggest oil buyer. Just because of blatant proximity. Now, arguably, it might help the United States. It might be helpful to the U.S., right? Yes, the U.S. has the right refineries. Yes, correct. So even if we did so how would being more reliant on the United States buying our oil be helpful to Canada when America is doing a trade war and an economic terrorism with Canada? That sounds like it gives them more power in the situation, not less power in the situation. Oh, we know how to refine it. We just don't have the refineries. Yeah. Correct. Better than trains. Better than trains. I disagree. I love trains. Trains are great. I have a personal bias towards trains. Trains are cool. For no other reason. Give me more trains just because I think trains are neat. I just like them. I just think they're neato burrito. Just not oil ones. Oh no, I'm with you there. No. We, me, you, same page. Same page. You see those crazy, like, Japan ones that have, like, solar panels along the sides of the tracks? That's pretty fucking cool. I do also like that. Is it Denmark that has the Animal Crossing bridges that are, like, big patches of, like, grass and dirt and trees that go, like, they make, like, little overpasses? That's so cool. I love that shit. Oh, is the Netherlands? I never remember where it is. Ah, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. You totally disagree with me. I wish you could post those things, but I can't. Huh? What's stopping you? Is YouTube stopping you from saying something racist? Twitch stopping you? I'm not sure. Well, let me know if you can figure that out. But, like, at the same time, can you explain to me how being more reliant on the Americans buying our oil is better, would make the trade negotiations better? Because that seems to be it would be worse to me. There's an Animal Crossing like that near Banff? Oh, I should go check it out. I don't think I'm that far from Banff. Wait, Banff, which country? There must be a reason why they decided a giant cross-country oil tube was the best idea. Yeah, that's the other thing. Oil is, besides the fact that oil prices are, like, I'm not convinced that an oil pipeline is a good investment, particularly when nobody's going to be buying the oil, particularly when you can't make it carbon neutral, particularly when there are better options that are more long-term money-making investments, right? So I just don't think the short term of whatever money oil is going to bring in is going to be worth the long-term effects, especially since the world is moving towards reducing the amount of oil. So it seems silly to me to go forward and work really fast, really hard to build a bunch of pipelines that are going to be not that profitable in the next handful of years, as opposed to something else, and still having end up having way more oil than everybody else to sell for the specific. So oil becomes a niche thing, not an everywhere thing. Because I don't think we should get rid of oil, right? Like, I don't think getting rid of oil is a good idea. We need it for refining specific products. I just think it should be reduced to those specific products, and we shouldn't be using it for travel anymore. So if we can get it out of planes, trains, and automobiles, then we're going to be in a pretty good spot. Now, I'm not sure if we can get gas out of planes. I'm not sure that's possible. Not like international planes, right? But it would be neato. It'd be neato burrito. AI? What? And it disagree with you. Oh no, the robot disagrees with me. I don't give a shit. Why do I care what the AI that you asked with your algorithm thinks? Why don't you answer the question? Tell me what you think and why, because you're the one who said it was a good idea before you even asked the AI. There's going to be significant need for petroleum, even if we're not using e-fuels. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's lots of uses for, like, petroleum, oil, that, like, gas, for lots of other things, like particularly plastic. Yeah, okay, Kuropo got it. Kuropo plastics, yeah. And some of those things are, like, necessary for things like space travel. And, like, so we need the oil for other more interesting, viable things. So, right? AI can be very wrong. Only 10 to 20% of the oil is used for non-fuel purposes. Yeah, exactly. We can get oil, for the most part, out of fuel. I think we're going to be sitting pretty as, a species. And again, it's not like we can just, as Canadians, I don't think it's a good idea that we just consider what the United States is going to do, right? It's really important. See, this is why I like doing these streams this way sometimes, because I get to get some art done, and I feel like I can take more of my time talking about, like, one of the things that came up as opposed to just sitting and watching the fucking thing. We have to consider what the global market is doing, and what other countries are doing, and what other countries are doing, particularly our allies, are, like the Paris Accords, for example, are trying to move away and move into net zero, right? So, right? Segelflugzeug? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I know it's German. Sail airplanes? That's cool. That's awesome. Getting rid of all oil and coal power plants is very doable because they're the worst. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think we can basically deal with that. It's also one of those things where, like, nuclear power should be able to basically do everything. Like, basically, so, like, power for homes, power for, like, cities, and all that. All of that should probably be pretty easy to do with the nuclear power plants. But, like, there was also, like, people were afraid of those because it has the word nuclear in it, and they think bombs, and they think of Chernobyl. And I did a video with Landon, actually. For anybody who doesn't know who Landon is, he's an astronomer slash hobbyist volcanologist slash a mathematician. He's a mathematician by trade. And we talked about Chernobyl and what went wrong with Chernobyl and why we don't really need to worry about a Chernobyl type situation happening in other places, right? So it's like, you don't need to be afraid of this. Gas is effective too. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yo, you're absolutely right. Gas is efficient. Surprised Canada doesn't do something like Norway with their oil, where it's where the states own it all and the profits go to the sovereign wealth fund. Yeah, actually, Jason, who's in the side chat on YouTube, brought up that when we were talking about brought up the sovereign wealth style funding when we were talking about that politicians should be charged if they're caught lying to the Canadian people. So, like, anytime they're doing a talk like this, if they lie and they're definitively shown by law to be, like, under penalty of perjury type thing, then the party should be fined. Jack of all trades is vastly overused, but it applies in Landon's case. Yeah, Landon is very much he's almost a little bit beyond a jack of all trades. He's very well educated and very knowledgeable in more subjects than the average person, for sure. King of many is a good one. I like that. The jack of all trades is somebody who's not necessarily like a professional or an expert, and Land is definitively an expert in the shit that he knows. He knows his shit. You also need a way of dealing with the waste. Oh, yeah. Nuclear is that it provides a good base for power plant. You need other solutions to turn up with spikes in demand. Yeah. It's a good consistent base, and then you add like wind and solar, and again, I'm not saying it's necessarily a good idea to get rid of all oil production, right? Polymath. That's good. I like that. So it's just a matter of mixing those together in a more healthy, productive and efficient way. Because the other thing is oil and gas isn't even that necessarily that efficient, right? Like, look at electric cars. The problem with electric cars right now isn't that they're electric cars. The problem is the electricity for the electric cars is coming from oil anyway. And so, like, it kind of kneecaps it's how effective it is, right? So if you switch where that electricity is coming from and it's doing like hydroelectricity, so like there's a good portion of both the United States and Canada that runs on hydroelectricity. It runs on water. And so, like, it baffles me when people are so obsessed with gas and oil all the time, when, like, the fucking seaboard is fucking all the way along the St. Lawrence River is fucking, yeah, hydro storage also. Yeah, absolutely. Do you guys want me to bring on, like, some professionals in nuclear stuff? Let me get you guys a link, because I did not too long ago have, actually, it probably was a little while ago. Hold on. No. I got two nuclear guys who came on and talked about nuclear power. Let me go get it. I'm not going to put it on for you guys, but I'm going to give you guys the link so you can check it out when you have time and feel like it. I could bring them on again if you guys are interested. It would be worthwhile having the conversation again for sure. in my humble opinion. Ah, shit, deconversion. That's the name of the fucking... That's the name of the thing I was trying to think of the other day. Where is it? I had... Here it is. It was literally a video. It was a talk about nuclear waste specifically. It was Jordan. How did you know? I got Jordan and Fight the Flat Earth on FTFE. I can totally bring them on again and have like a more in-depth conversation. So check those out when you get a hot minute. That was a year ago. So we can totally do it again. Tidal power as well, yeah. Yeah. You're right. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat here. Worst part about natural gas is leakage. If it is sealed properly, burns basically clean, but methane leaks straight to the stratosphere are horrible. Yeah, that would be no bueno. Prixie, you genius, you. How did you know? The energy that, all the energy the wind has, and all the energy that gives water kinetic energy come from the sun, and solar panels were more than 10% efficient, they would be perfect. Well, I mean, it's still a matter of all the above, right? Just because the sun being out doesn't stop the wind or not, because it's a bigger-ish thing, it doesn't, you know what I mean? Now we just need beer power. I'm powered by beer. I could use more beer. I need to update my... Listen, send me super chats and biddies so I can buy more beer, please. Thank you. I'm desperate. Help me. Help me. I'm a science friend connoisseur. Yeah, if you guys want me to do more talks about nuclear energy and how to design and build a plant and like where to put it and how long it would take to build, because that's the other thing right now with the nuclear powers. The nuclear power takes 7 to 10 years to build on a good day. So take a shot for each super chat I get. If I had the right kind of alcohol, I would. I am not doing that with gin. I don't want to die. Because that would just be gross. I would do it like spiced rum, though. Sorry, what was I saying? I got distracted. Is that they take around 7 to 10 years to build, but with what Carney is doing is he seems to be indicating that he wants to build them somewhere like around 5 years and get them done. So whether or not that remains to be seen about how successful that's going to be, right? But that doesn't mean not successful at all. So like I'm willing to be like a little bit skeptical on if he's going to be able to pull that off. So, tentatively optimistic. Reprocessing nuclear fuel reduces the storage time needed for the waste. There are a few other steps, but generally true. Yeah. There's options, right? And the thing is like there's nothing to stop us from researching more options in the meantime, right? So there's more than one. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? Anything less than that, I would have safety concerns. Valid. Less than 5 years, you mean? Yeah. Start refining. Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, I agree, Jason. I agree. All right, let's keep going on this. Something about fucking Danielle Smith. For anybody who doesn't know, Danielle Smith is the premier, which means she's the lady in charge of a province, and the province she's in charge of is Alberta.
The level should be at a level that the industry can afford. The oil and gas sector has been clear that they need to remain competitive given the global context. So are you willing to compromise?
Global context for oil and gas is actually quite attractive, I might add. If you can produce oil and ship it, it's quite attractive, yes.
Yeah, you don't
But are you willing to compromise on $130 a ton, or do you
we're going to get to the $130 effective price is part of the MOU, and we're working in terms of the way to that the market. And in the end, and I'll finish on this because
doesn't even matter.
It's how the market works in Alberta to a broader extent across Canada, because the effective price is a price in the market. And one of the points I would underscore, which is not well understood, is that the effective carbon price in this country is actually quite low relative to the headline price, in the $20 to $30 in most Canadian markets. And that's something we're working to rectify.
Next question, prochaine question. David?
David Aiken, Global News. Good morning.
Morning.
Ahead of Ambassador Wiseman's testimony later today, I wondered if you might comment on why he's the right guy for the job at this time, why you picked him, and also perhaps respond to concerns from the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives, and I'll quote from Pierre, who just posted, "We remain convinced that Ambassador Wiseman will never defend the interests of Quebec or those of Quebec farmers." I wonder if you could address that.
Je vais répondre à la deuxième partie de votre question en français. En français, je vais faire en anglais après.
He said he's going to respond to the question in French since it's for the block.
Coming behind.
En anglais après, parce que
He's going to put it in English after.
premièrement, le gouvernement du Canada va défendre les intérêts du Québec, la gestion de l'offre, la culture québécoise et la culture francophone. Il y a 44 députés libéral au sein du gouvernement du Canada. On a une ministre des Finances du Québec, ministre de l'Industrie du Québec. OK, c'est évident, M. Leblanc, il est acadien, mais un Acadien, il comprend bien la culture francophone et moi-même, je vais défendre tous les intérêts du Québec et du Canada. Ça, c'est absolument un point fondamental. Et toutes les décisions dans la négociation.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm listening to the French just to get my ears used to French again. So I'm sort of taking advantage of it being in French right now, because my French is god-awful, and I need to really do something about that, so listening to it in French is helpful for me. So please bear with me, if you don't mind.
Vont être pris par le gouvernement du Canada, y compris le Premier ministre, le ministre des Finances, le ministre canado-américain, le ministre de la Défense. Lui-même, il est ici, hein? Un grand homme. Il était là, oui. Alors, on va faire tout cela. Et j'estime M. Wiseman, mais il était ambassadeur. C'est un rôle diplomatique, c'est pas un rôle où des gens prennent des décisions, okay? And now in English, several things. One is all the decisions. The core point is the decisions are taken.
I feel like Quebec should just leave and see how that goes. Why? I'm curious. Like, that's historically Quebec's decision. Quebec has been, like, wanting, like, has had a portion of its population that has wanted to separate from Canada for a very, very long time, and they've been ultimately unsuccessful every time. And that has, in the last maybe 10 years, started subsiding and ended up in the lower end. And then Trump coming in and starting shit made the fucking Quebecois be like, no, fuck you, we're Canadian. So like right now they are not our separatist group up here, and they haven't been for a little while. Alberta is currently our separatist group, and there are two main reasons why this doesn't work. One of them is population size. The population and the amount of like the size of the economy of Quebec isn't big enough to sustain itself. Two, there are large portions of the land that isn't owned by what would be Quebec, because a lot of it is First Nations land. And so they would have to go through a lot of legal process, and they would have to spend a lot of money to acquire that land that they won't even be able to do anything with because their population isn't big enough. Then there's also there's another issue. Oh, the amount of money and investment it would be just to do the logistics of forming themselves. So like that's a whole other fucking can of worms. It's the exact same problem that Alberta has. Alberta is not big enough for the number of people. It doesn't have access to enough of the resources. It doesn't own enough of its land. It will lose those lawsuits for property rights and stuff when it comes to First Nations, like yada yada down the line. Blah, blah, blah. It's Mayday. Hopefully by not working. Yeah, hopefully by not working. Hopefully. We have a really cool stream set up for you about the I've got an ex-Scientologist coming on to talk about the people that are fucking Doom running, Naruto running the fucking Scientology buildings with Dapper. That'll be good. All right, it's good. Keep going.
By the government of Canada, at the core of the cabinet, we all represent all the interests of Canada, but I'll just underscore the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Industry, the Minister of Canadian-U.S. Relations. The first two are Quebecois, of course. The third is an Acadian. The Minister of Defense, fully bilingual. Myself, we defend all the interests of Canada, all the interests of Quebec, the culture of Quebec. We've been very clear on supply management, on our cultural rights, and defending that. And with all respect, and I have tremendous respect for Mr. Wiseman, and he's the right person for the job because he's very good at strategy, deals. He's got very good contacts, including within this administration and the broader business and governmental community in the United States, which is part of the job.
Sometimes it's about who you know.
Of diplomacy, but he's a diplomat, not a decider, and the decider is the government of Canada.
I want to just switch gears.
I think we're going to underestimate that line, because that was actually a really good line, and I don't know how many people are going to pick that up. He's not a decider, he's a diplomat. The decider is the government of Canada, as elected by the people of Canada. So, like, again, we're back to when I was goofing on Pierre Poilievre for being like, well, why isn't Carney doing this? It's like, because Carney's literally the prime minister. That's not what his job is. What are you talking about, you fucking weirdo? I don't think he knows what his job is. I don't think he knows what the prime minister's job is. I think he's in way over his head, and he's just too arrogant to notice.
As we've come close to a year since the last election, you spent a lot of that year overseas, doing a lot of travel. I was with you in Abu Dhabi.
Doing a lot of deals, David. Doing a lot of deals.
Well, this is exactly what I want to talk about. I stood with you in Abu Dhabi when you talked about pledges of $70 billion Canadian. Yeah. Wondering where that is, and your critics say, are we getting good value for all your time?
Bro, 20 minutes ago, I was with you over here. How come it hasn't gotten here yet? What do you think? I don't understand people's questions about the time scale of this shit. The fact that this man was able to get $70 billion of investment over the next handful of years alone is already a big deal, let alone that he was able to do all of this within 1 year. And people are still like, well, why aren't we seeing it yet? It's like, bruh, I don't know, I built a dam. Why isn't the dam full of water yet? Because it takes time. Guys, I planted an apple tree. Why are we not getting apples? This time scale for people is insane. I don't understand. I really don't. That's something I don't grasp. I don't understand why people... It sounds to me that people just want to fucking complain. So they're like, we'll find anything to bitch about. I planted a maple forest. Why are these twigs producing hundreds of gallons of maple syrup? Yeah, I know. What the fuck? It doesn't make any sense. Ugh. Do people actually think this, or is this just like a rhetoric thing? It seems like, I don't know. I hope people don't actually think that. That's fucking crazy if they do.
Out of the country, can you maybe?
Well, I think a couple of things. One, we're gonna
lunch. That's a good idea. What do you guys want to have for lunch? Oh. What should I make for lunch? I want nachos. I wanted nachos since like yesterday or the day before, and I have no nacho chips. Tomato bisque. Ooh, and a grilled cheese. I do have rye bread. I have rye bread, and I have marble cheese. Uncle Dude, what should we have for lunch? Scalloped potatoes? I do have potatoes. I've got potatoes. I don't have tomato, but I do have broccoli. I don't think I want to make broccoli soup. Tomato soup from scratch is super slept on. Yeah, it is. I don't have the tomatoes to do it, though. I wonder if I'll be able to collect enough tomatoes from my tomato plants to be able to make tomato paste or tomato soup. Pizza potato? Okay, let's keep going.
Have a spring update, and you'll get an update in terms of how the economy is performing, how non-U.S. exports are performing. I'd I just.
Oh, you mean that there's quarterly updates and that's where you would get that information from if you had fucking 30 seconds of patience? Imagine that. Imagine that. It can't be the conservatives bitching, moaning, and then not knowing where to find the fucking information they're complaining about as if it has no answer. That's something that annoys me in general when it comes to this way of thinking, and it's that these people will ketchup sandwich with what kind of bread and what kind of ketchup. That matters. Listen, if you've ever been like low on income and had to do done like bread and condiments, the type of ketchup you get super fucking matters. Super fucking matters. And the type of bread you get super fucking matters. But do you think that Mark Carney is a criminal? Why? What law? Can you cite the law that you think he's breaking? And how? It's okay, we chill. We vibing. See, I knew Dapper was needed to ask me to do something, and then he was like, no, and I was just like, okay. And now today he's like, hey, can you do that thing? I knew it. I fucking knew it. You'd rather die? You'd rather starve to death than eat a ketchup sandwich? Mark Carnage, the crime minister. Yo, we gotta draw this. Guys, we gotta draw that. That's great. Let me answer Dapper before I go and do it for him. Hold on. Just do it. Nah. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'll take care of it. Let me just do that real quick right now. I'm sure this won't mess up my stream. It's probably fine. I don't think it'll fuck it. If shit gets fucked up on YouTube, I'll be back in a second. It's probably fine. Be nice to Dapper, his computer is broken. That's why I'm doing this. Because his computer is broken. It's broken. Done. Okay. I'm gonna switch back because I don't trust that, like, my shit's not gonna be fucked up if I don't. Okay, there we go. Did it break? Did it work? It's in the repair shop? Oh, good. I'm glad he got it to a shop already. That's good. Fantastic. Okay. So, wait, did we get an answer? Did we get an answer from Uncle Dude? Uncle Dude! I want to know what crime... it's important. I don't want a criminal. I have another question for you after you answer that, though. I have another question. I've been updating my conservative survey. I've been updating my list of questions. I'm curious to know what your thoughts on Donald Trump are. I'm curious to know. I want to do a short stream and do that thing. Which thing? What thing? What thing am I supposed to do? On a short stream? What? You've lost me. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. You've lost me and I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I'm getting rid of that. Sounds like trash and I hate it. I'm gonna get more tea while we wait for Uncle Dude to answer me. They will definitely answer, right? They just won't screech into the void and then run away, right? Right? Mark Carney took a giant vacuum to the Bank of Canada and took all the maple syrup for himself like a cartoon bandit. Oh, motherfucker! How dare he? That's why Quebec is so mad. Not our maple syrup reserves. The image is a bit of concern. It's a bit freaky, isn't it? Suspicious. Oh, if you want to end here and do the thing. No, I did the thing for Dapper already. It was fine. It wasn't going to be a big deal. It was... I just wasn't sure if switching the login was going to fuck with it. Let me make that quieter. It's still kind of loud. Down. Don't be so obnoxious. There we go. There we go. Get more tea. I got an orange. A tiny orange. I also do not... I never remember if it's a clementine or a tangerine. They're basically the same anyway. Okay, I got more tea. Did they answer? Where did he go? Did Uncle leave? Uncle Dude, no. Uncle Dude, come back. Man. Why they gotta leave? Is it not important that, like, we know what crime is being committed by the Prime Minister? That seems important. I'm surprised Dapper is up. He seems to work like 60 hours a week and sleep until noon. Nah. He's usually awake by now. Uncle being an uncle and fucking up shit and then leaving. Why do I get the vibe that this uncle is the uncle that's not invited to Thanksgiving? Jailhouse? Jailbird Joey? Uncle Dude's name is Joey. He's Jailbird Joey. Alright. Keep going.
Suggest take a look at that and also look at the fact that from a foreign direct investment per capita basis, we far outstrip anyone else in the G7. And we're just getting started. These decisions take time, but what you're already seeing is Canadian exports to markets other than the United States responding significantly, and incoming capital coming to Canada. We're just getting started. You're going to see more, but the momentum's there. So yes, in my view, we're getting good value. We got a lot more to do. I will say with all of this, the reason I say we're just getting started because we're starting to shift things, but we're no way satisfied. You're going to see a lot of Maison Canada, Building Canada Homes banners. You're not going to see any mission accomplished banners behind us.
Yeah, valid. It's going to take time to do these things, and it's going to take time for them to appear in the market. Right? It's not like people signed, bigwigs signed deal, therefore now instantly money. Is there a word for a warm maple syrup drink? Not that I know of. There might be. Hey, Fitz, what's going on? Maybe one day we'll find out what crime Carney committed. I want to know. I like that kind of tea. Give me the tea, man.
Prochaine question. Next question, Christian.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Premier ministre Christian Noël de Radio-Canada. J'aimerais revenir sur l'ambassadeur Wiseman qui vient d'envoyer une invitation pour une grande réception pour célébrer son arrivée à Washington en anglais seulement.
Ouais.
Et c'est pas la première fois qu'il semble démontrer un manque de sensibilité envers ce qui se passe au Québec. Allez-vous le rappeler à l'ordre?
Je suis déçu. J'ai entendu la nouvelle sur Radio-Canada ce matin avec M. Masbourien, les nouvelles de M. Masbourien. Alors, je suis déçu. C'est pas approprié du tout. C'est pas acceptable de lui ou de son bureau à Washington. Qu'est-ce qui arrive? C'est pas correct, OK? Point final. J'associe à mes commentaires à M. Aitken sur ses atouts de M. Wiseman, mais votre prochaine question?
Follow-up.
I was disappointed in I heard the news that Mr. Noel mentioned on this invitation, unilingual invitation from Mr. Wiseman. It's unacceptable. I'm disappointed in him, disappointed in his office. It's not the function. And then I finished associating myself, just referring back to the previous comments about his many strengths that I gave to Mr. Aitken.
Follow-up.
J'ai entendu vos commentaires qui disent que M. Wiseman, c'est un ambassadeur et non pas un décideur.
Ouais.
Donc, quand vient le temps de parler de la gestion...
Shade, but in French. People throwing shade in French is great. 10 out of 10.
Question de l'offre à nos amis américains. Qu'est-ce que vous avez dit à M. Wiseman, puisqu'il a pris des positions dans lesquelles il expliquait qu'il n'était pas nécessairement un grand fan lui-même. Donc, qu'est-ce que vous lui avez dit de dire?
Merci, M. Noël, pour votre question. Ça donne moi une chance de souligner que la négociatrice, en ce qui concerne l'ACM, c'est Mme Charette, pas M. Wiseman. C'est un changement. Dans le passé, Mme Hillman était l'ambassadrice, et moi et la négociatrice. Maintenant, on a divisé les rôles. Alors, M. Wiseman a des relations, mais en ce qui concerne les négociations directes avec l'ambassadeur Greer, par exemple, qui est le chef pour la commerce américaine, U.S. Trade Representative, c'est Mme Janice Charette, et aidé, évidemment, avec M. Leblanc et moi-même.
Next question. Prochaine question, Greg.
Greg Quinn, Market News.
Does Carney know that proper nouns don't need to be in English accent? Not in Quebec French, it's not. In Quebec French, he's doing it correctly. In France French, you don't do that. In Quebec French, you do. So it's kind of wacky that way. So for anybody this is something that you might only know if you've had to study French in Canada specifically. But if you take a class in Quebec or you take a class in Canada to learn French, you are learning Quebec French. You're not learning France French. France French won't translate some things that are just English things, right? So like McDonald's. As opposed to Quebec French that will do its damnedest. Quebec, it's great. It's very funny. It's a good time. But yeah, no, Quebec French is like that. So technically, he's doing it correctly. Technically, he's doing it correctly.
Prime Minister, the Premier of New Brunswick is about to erect tolls on the Trans-Canada Highway near the Nova Scotia border. And when she's pushed about this, she says, well, a lot of other provinces are doing it, so why can't I? I mean, it's a very physical manifestation of an interprovincial trade barrier. The IMF says these amount to a tariff.
I don't know about
Why
that.
should Canadians be asking the U.S. for a full and comprehensive free trade deal when we don't have one with ourselves?
Well, I would flip it around. There's lots of reasons that it's...
Yeah, I would flip that around too. I think that's stupid. I think those things are not comparable and they need to be treated as different things. In putting them together like that is just a rhetorical device that it doesn't matter.
In the interests of Canada and the United States to have free and open trade. That's one reason why we still have 85% of our trade with the United States is tariff-free, despite the many real problems in the other areas. That's a choice. It's been the position of this government to remove interprovincial trade barriers. We have removed all federal barriers by legislation for...
that's one of the things that people also need to keep in mind is the difference between the federal government and the provincial government. The federal government has removed all of the interprovincial trade barriers that it had. Now it's up to the provinces to negotiate amongst themselves, and what they should be doing is negotiating amongst themselves. And the people who live there should be pushing towards that. There's not a whole ton that the federal government can do about that other than, hey, do this thing. There's not really a whole lot they can do about it. They did all sign into agreeing to do that. It's just a matter of that's gonna take a lot of time, and it is a provincial issue. It might be one of the bigger issues that shows up in our next election. Not our federal elections, I mean like our more local ones. But alas, thank you for the stretch. I will take it.
That impeded interprovincial trade. We have a series of tables, if you will, or negotiations at the provincial level for the provinces to do what they should. We will continue to put pressure, and we will increase that pressure with the provinces. No, I'm not happy to pre-butt your follow-up with the decision of, or the intention, I should say, of New Brunswick, and we'll continue to discuss with them. Prochaine question.
Next question.
Oui.
Prochaine question. Great.
Hi, Graham Richardson, CTV, Prime Minister.
It is kind of nice that he just comes out and says, yeah, no, I'm not happy about it. It's, again, I'm back to, I feel like I'm being reminded of Jean Chrétien, who was just like, he just didn't fuck her out. He was just like, yeah, no, fuck that.
just back to the bourbon ban. Last time I checked.
Was he? Wait, yeah, go ahead.
Well, last time I checked, Mr. Ford has a fair amount of control over the LCBO, even though I appreciate it's independent. But you told him to cool it on the ad that caused a lot of trouble. What if this alcohol thing?
And how did that work? Did he listen?
Yeah. But what if this alcohol thing?
I was right, by the way.
Well, what if this alcohol thing becomes more than an irritant? Look,
you know what's an irritant?
Yeah. Oh.
50% tariff on steel, 50% tariff on aluminum, 25% tariff on automobiles, all the tariffs on forest products. Those are more than irritants. Those are violations of our trade deal. Okay? The client,
He's mad.
the client of American producers, which ultimately there's a board for the LCBO, for the SAQ, for the Manitoba. There's not just one, huh? They make those decisions. They make those decisions in a judgment. Yes, there's different governance structures, and yes, surprise, surprise, the Premier of Ontario is influential with the LCBO. Okay.
Yeah, so for anybody who doesn't know what the LCBO is, that is the liquor, liquor shit, what does it stand for? Liquor Control Board of Ontario. So the Premier of Ontario having sway over the Independent Liquor Board of Ontario kind of like makes sense. Nobody should be surprised by that. It doesn't mean it's not undue influence. It doesn't mean that it shouldn't be as the way it is, but Doug Ford has been around for a long time. The Ford family has been around for a long time. They're fucking Tories. So yeah, of course they're a giant pain in everyone's ass. So, the only reason they fucking get in every time is because of the way our districting works in Ontario. And he probably wouldn't be in as power the way he is if we had different voting laws, like our ranked choice voting that they talked about changing but haven't done yet and probably won't do for a little while. The only reason he gets voted in is because of Northern Ontario, not because of, if you just, took the population base, it's rural versus brain. What's what I'm looking for? Rustic? That's not right. It's rich retired cottage country versus big city people. Urban. Yeah, urban. Thank you. Okay.
But he's the client. He's also the duly elected Premier of Ontario. He's got a majority. And he's taking a view which, by most indications is supported by the vast majority of the population. What we want to do is make progress as the whole.
He's memeing.
These issues such as decisions on which alcohol to put on the shelves, we can make progress very quickly on that. With progress with in other areas. And I will just underscore, we understand that and this is the point I've been making since day one, is that this long period of integration, deeper integration between Canada and the United States is over, that nostalgia isn't a strategy, that hope isn't a strategy. We're not going to go back to exactly the way things were. The U.S. has changed. It's their right, they've changed, but we're looking to...
I was thinking about his hope isn't a strategy thing, and I'm wondering, I don't think it's intentional, but I feel like that throws a little bit of shade on Obama, doesn't it? Because it wasn't Obama's whole fucking thing. Wasn't his whole thing hope? And then fucking everything backlashed and collapsed. Good God. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Woo, we got a fountain. Sorry, I'm just double checking to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay.
To negotiate something mutually agreeable, and there will be adjustments there. When we make progress on that, I'm still confident that we will make progress. But and then those judgments will be made by the provinces, and we'll encourage those judgments. But
follow up.
Don't have anything now.
Just and quickly, there seem to be two stories. The Americans are quite specific publicly, and you've just been very specific publicly But I keep hearing from the trade minister and somewhat from you the tone that this is all part of a negotiation, and underscoring that, it seems to suggest that it's normal. That this back and forth, these kind of positions publicly and behind closed doors, it's a normal negotiation. I'm assuming, like most Canadians don't see any of this as normal.
Look, what do you think rupture means? Rupture means that things aren't normal. Nostalgia is not a strategy. Things have changed. Things have changed fundamentally. We get that. We understand that.
I think the thing, it's a fine question to ask, but I think the answer is that this is now to be the expected situation. And so because this is the situation we're in, we need to acknowledge the situation we're in before we can do anything about it. If we don't like this and don't want this to be the norm, then we need to acknowledge what it is accurately, assess it accurately, so we can fucking move on and handle it in a productive, useful, beneficial way. If we don't acknowledge it and we pretend everything is normal, because saying things, panicking is not a good way to deal with a disaster, right? You need to have a plan, you need to move forward, you need to figure out what you want to do. And so working with urgency doesn't mean panicking. Working with a disaster doesn't mean you should panic, right? Doing emergency services shouldn't be panicking, right? Alberta independence vote in October. Good marker. Canadian dollar may fall a lot. Do you think, are you saying that the vote about Alberta, if it goes one way or another, will affect the Canadian dollar? I'm a little bit confused about where your connecting point is on that. Alberta independence fucking shit is a little bit goofy to me. It's like a little bit funny. Like I said earlier, the Alberta has the same problems that Quebec separatists have. At least the Quebec separatists had like a large portion of their population that agreed with them. Alberta doesn't have that. Alberta has a small contingent. Yes, economically. Yeah, well, yes, the Canadian dollar is economic. I don't know what do you mean? Do you mean that you think the Canadian dollar will rise if Alberta doesn't separate, or are you saying that you think the Canadian dollar will fall if Alberta does separate? And if so, if it goes, okay, the Canadian may fall 90%. Do you have where are you getting 90% from? I'm just curious. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that if Alberta did successfully, because there's a difference between holding a vote and then successfully leaving. Those are two different things. But I don't know why you think. God, I'm just imagining fucking Alberta with all of its oil sitting right above the United States, pretending it's a sovereign country with no military. How is Alberta gonna fucking defend its oil? I am curious. I am Quebec, I am not for separation. Yeah, a lot of Quebec has moved away from that. It's almost a meme now. Like, it's not, Quebec has moved away from its separatist attitude, and did before a lot of this had happened. It had already died it down a lot. But fall if Alberta separates, from articles I read on the internet and economic news. Okay, can you be a little bit more specific? Because I am curious about this 90% number. I'd like to know what the... I'm asking because I'm curious, and I want to know, I want to read more about it. Because I'm curious about this 90% number. I don't really see the point. I prefer unity than separation. Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's not beneficial for Canadians, I don't think, for the provinces to attempt to be independent countries. I think that there are some states in the United States that would benefit from that, California in particular. I think California would benefit greatly by being its own country, basically. But that would be also a lot of fucking work. Trump said they would recognize Alberta immediately. Yeah, they would recognize all of the oil. And you know what America does when it brings freedom for oil places? What do you think is going to happen, my friend? Are you actually suggesting that you trust something that Donald Trump said? If so, can you explain why? Trump may have a different plan. Different plan than what? I mean, really? Really? You mean like the United States had a deal with Ukraine? That kind of deal? Or are you talking about the 90 deals in 90 days that don't exist? Are you talking about the Kuzma deal that Trump signed in and then turned around and violated? That kind of deal? Alberta will boom. What? How? What makes you think... No, I'm not in Toronto. What makes you think Alberta will boom? I'm just, like, I'm earnestly curious about your thoughts on this and like why you think this, because I earnestly don't know. I understand that Alberta has resources. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that Alberta doesn't have resources. What's Alberta gonna call itself when it separates? Do you have a country name, or are you gonna be the first state? The way the U.S. military is structured, splitting off states would be an absolute nightmare. Yes, that would be the hardest part about separating the economy, no income taxes. Okay, so you think that if Alberta separates from Canada, that it will remove income taxes in totality? Yeah, Maple Boy, I'm with you. No federal tax. Well, there's a difference between federal tax and all income taxes. So you think all income tax is going to be gone. Okay, so what's Alberta's logistical government structure going to look like? I'm trying to research it right now. You're telling me these things, but you're not giving me like anywhere to like a starting point. Articles on the internet is not a starting point. No, I'm aware about the federal, like all the provinces pay in and then it goes out. I'm aware of this. You don't have to. I know that exists. You're okay. Calm down. I think Pierre Poilievre's argument is so divisive. I agree. I agree with you. I think Pierre Poilievre's arguments are divisive most of the time. Honestly, most of the time I actually think he's not actually making an argument. He's just saying shit. And like saying shit is not an argument. Like right now, Yoho, for example, has not actually provided an argument, right? Try Google. Communicate with Alberta people. I'm literally communicating with you right now. Try Google. My guy, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll do it right now. Look, I'll do it on screen for you. I'm gonna Google. I'll even go to Google. Look, Google, all right? What is Alberta's logistical structure for its new government should it separate from Canada? There. What do you think is gonna come up? I don't care about the AI. Sovereignty within a United Canada Act. All right, is this what you're talking about? Is this what you're talking about? Alberta sovereignty within a United Canada Act defends Alberta's interest by giving our province a legal framework to push back on federal policies or policies that negatively impact the province. Okay, well, it's not this. Because this is pushback on federal legislation. This isn't separating. So that doesn't answer my question. What else we got? Separating from Canada would be an economic disaster. Sovereign Alberta will benefit people like her when she looks at her paycheck. Honestly, I hate this country right now. If I could leave, I would. What? Okay. The motivations that have contributed to the separatist movement in Alberta's sense of grievance in years are not especially discreet. Yeah, they bitch all the time. Simple politics have pushed some people towards separatism. Indeed, blah, 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 blah. Angus Reid polls. Separatists often focus on the idea that Alberta would be far wealthier if the Albertans weren't handing over wads of cash each year to the federal taxman to be distributed to less well-to-do provinces. This is the anti-equalization argument. 86% of Albertan separatists cite the desire to exit equalization as a reason for their support of separatism. And Yoho brought that up right now, right? Hey, listen, Yoho, we're here to learn. We're here to conversate with each other. You don't need to be a dick about it. By the way, can you tell me what 5% on 20% is out of 100? Canadian's Constitution Act commits Parliament to ensuring that provinces can provide reasonably comparable public services at reasonably comparable levels of taxation. So Ottawa shuffles the money to have provinces and not have provinces. Right. That makes sense. That's how we have things like healthcare and yada, yada, yada. It's really unfortunate that Alberta's healthcare is in the shitter. And Ontario's is in the shitter, even though we spend a lot of money on it, and it's mostly because of the Conservative premiers. In 2025, only 3 provinces did not receive equalization payments: British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. The program is now worth $26 billion annually. Albertans represent about 11.5% of the population, contribute about 1/6 of all federal revenue. All right. Its share of the money. Yeah, I know about all this. Fraser Institute and Free Market Think Tank estimates between 2007 and 2022. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know that Alberta makes money. Basic Connection may be both separatists. Hey, out of curiosity, what is Alberta's plan when the rest of the world moves away from oil consumption as their main form of power? I'm just curious. Yes. Let me keep looking. Promises, document, blah, 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 blah. Beyond the number crunching and concerns over equalization, there's an argument of specialist circles that Alberta Canadian teachers should be behind independence. All the teachers should be behind it. It's funny that educated people don't seem to be on board. Because if Alberta's independent, the wealth creation that's going to occur in this province is going to be unleashed. They don't have a plan. It doesn't seem like this. So there's like no people in Alberta. Yeah, there's not very many people in Alberta, right? Population wise. I think that could be better. Like, I really think that we could do more to have a stronger population size that is a little bit more less all along the border. That would probably be nice, but that's a matter of investing in infrastructure. Does Alberta have an infrastructure investment plan? And what are you going to do about healthcare? Well, the other problem is like Alberta doesn't have other resources, so that means that they have to have a trade agreement plan with the rest of Canada. Right? So, does Alberta have a comprehensive trade plan to trade with the United States and to trade with the rest of Canada? Hey, Low Energy, where can I find that? Because just Googling it doesn't bring anything up. Separation is bad for workers. Economic disaster for Alberta. Alberta separation would be illegal. Long uncertain road to Alberta independence. Alberta separatism plan is really about oil. Yeah, of course it's about oil. It's fucking Facebook, who cares? Reddit. Like, I'm not seeing, like, a plan. Alberta separatism would harm both Canada and Alberta. How are you gonna... Does yes to the USA. So you have a plan about how you're going to sell your oil to the United States, what your trade plan is going to be. Can you tell me what it is? Can you give me like a rough concept of a plan of what the plan is? California could easily cede from the United States. Alberta could not easily secede. People would suffer immensely. Well, I don't think that Alberta can easily secede for a handful of reasons. And that's not like, again, saying that there's difficulties doesn't mean they shouldn't do it. right? If that's something that they want to do and they are able to do so, there should be legal framework for them to be able to do so, right? I think that's fine and that's valid. But there's a handful of fucking big problems with that Alberta has to deal with. One of them is, okay, so, but what is it? Alberta Property Project. They had a meeting in Washington the last few months. Are you talking about when Danielle Smith traveled? No, that can't be. They, who's they? This handful of people? Hold on, let me Google search, because they told me to Google it. Alberta Property Project. Alberta major products. I don't think that's it. Inventory of major Alberta projects. No, that's just projects that the government is working on. No, that's not it. Alberta Real Estate Foundation? Multifamily apartment construction? Residential projects? My guy, I'm asking you what your trade plan is with the United States. Do I need to get the keys? I don't want to have to jangle the keys. Stay on track. Stop jumping everywhere. You're going to lose people. If you want people to get educated and you want people to know and get behind what you're trying to say. Oh, prosperity, not property project. Okay. Well, I'll go find that then. Alberta Prosperity Project. Alberta Prosperity Project. Okay, I got it. We're here. This one. This is what you're talking about. Oh, look, the first thing on the fucking page is merchandise. Call me skeptical, but I do find it... No, that was not my dyslexia. They wrote property project. I copied and pasted it from their comment. Don't at me on this. Don't even. Alright, call me a little bit skeptical, but when a website that is supposed to be dedicated to policy reforms for government, I get a little bit suspicious when the first thing I see is advertising and shilling their stupid merchandise. That throws me off a little bit, alright? And maybe that's a me problem, but I'm a little bit sketched out by that. Okay, where am I looking? Where am I going here? I see a supporter playlist on YouTube and Rumble. I see affiliates and sponsors. I see one called Misinformation and Disinformation. That sounds fun. I'm a lot of it skeptical. I'm a little bit, when the first thing I see is you fucking throwing merchandise at me, I'm a little bit skeptical about how serious you are about your actual policies. Because I'm asking about policy, right? So where am I going for policy? I see policing, I see taxation, I see pension plans. Where am I going for the policy, particularly with the United States? Yo-ho, where am I going? Where am I looking? This is the right website, I presume. Well, if I wasn't getting over it, I wouldn't stay on the website. I would have left already. I'm already doing that. I'm just letting you know where I'm coming from and what I find irritating. And why I'm skeptical when I see stuff like this. You know, I'm communicating with you, like you asked. Check YouTube! Okay. No, I'm down. I'm absolutely down to check the YouTube playlist. You know, supporter playlist? This thing? You want me to watch this shit? Oh no, what is this? Hey, look, it's a train! I thought you didn't like the trains. Can you... where am I looking? All I want to know is what your trade policy is with the United States. This seems to be like a major fucking deal to your separatist movement. Why can you not just tell me? Prosperity Project. Oh, there's their YouTube. Here's their YouTube. Oh, this will be fun. Reclaiming Canada. Ooh. All right. I'm going to subscribe to this. I'm going to subscribe. Right? I'm going to subscribe. And I'm going to come back to this on another day. Alright? I'm down. I'm down to check all this out. I'm down to clown. Read and discuss the value of freedom. Oh. Download the value of freedom Discord. I have to buy the documentation? Bro, why do I have to buy the documentation? No. YOLO, come, Yoho, whatever your name is. Come here. Why do I have to pay to know what the documentation is for the government? These people are presenting you told me to come here to look for the information about what the Alberta government is going to do about international trade. Why do I have to pay for it? You don't have any ads. Bro, my guy, look. These are ads that are built into the website. You can't ad block that. Go to YouTube. I did! Where am I going? I told you to Google it! I don't have a citation. I know I want people to communicate with me, but I don't have any of the information. I can't tell them where to get any of the information. I can't answer a single fucking question. I'm incapable of adult conversation. What a fucking joke. It's every fucking time with this toddler ass shit. My guy, you came in here and told me about this, and now you can't tell me dick shit about it. It's almost like you don't know. You can't even tell me the YouTube fucking name of the video. You can't even tell me the name of the video. Yeah, you came in here looking for communication, and now your incompetence at communication has devolved. Laughing at you equals going crazy. I know. Go to YouTube. Where? Guys. I think we broke them. They're just on a loop of Google it. This is some flat earth ass shit. Hey, do you believe the earth is flat too? I'm literally on their fucking YouTube channel right now. What link? I don't see a link. Tell me the name of the video. Why is this so hard? You have the link. Why can't you just tell me what the name of the video is? Literally where? Look at this. Look at how incompetent this is. This is amazingly incompetent. No. Don't you help them. Don't you help them. They're gonna figure it out on their own. Don't you help them. Alberta's gonna leave and make its own country with hookers and blow. You can't put it on YouTube? Why can't you tell me the title of the fucking video, dude? This is amazing. This is so Scott, dude. Incredible. Oh, the court. Yeah, no, there is a court thing. Yes, it's very rude of me to ask for you to tell me what video you want me to watch as you demand that I go to YouTube. Copy and paste the title. Yeah, just tell me what the title of the video is. News headline. Alright, let's check the news headline. Type in what? Type in YouTube. Yeah, I'll just type in YouTube. Don't worry about it. I'm sure the video will come up really easy. Let me just open Discord here real quick. I'm vexatious. Define it. I feel like you don't know what the word vexatious means. I'm rude and cruel. Ah, yes. Of course I am. By looking at the things you're asking me to look at? I'm very rude and cruel, yes. Alberta Prosperity Project faces court date over separation referendum rule. Election commissioner alleges the organization has stonewalled investigation into potential referendum petition spending. The Alberta Prosperity Project has been under investigation by Alberta's election commissioner since mid-January for allegedly failing to register as a third-party advertiser in the ongoing independence referendum petition campaign. Rude, cruel, and sadistic. Do you know what any of those words mean? Do you know how conversations work? No, they don't. They think that making statements are an argument. They think that yelling the word Google at people is a citation. Eastern Canada, I don't know, is anything east of Saskatchewan, I guess. Because there's no such thing as central. It's funny that these people like to act like hardasses, and then when somebody asks them a question, they fucking have a fucking meltdown. All I asked is, where can I get the information that you're telling me exists? And they can't tell me. I need to finish making my new tea. This is why I need booze. This is why you should support me on Patreon, or memberships on YouTube, or send me money so I can drink. I do think it's very funny for somebody to be like, yes, communicate and learn. Okay, cool. Where? Ah! Pure panic. Incredibly and fascinatingly incompetent. The injunction seeks to force the APP to register as a third-party advisor and comply with an order to essentially show where its funding is coming from and how it is being sent. That's a great question. Hey, yo-ho or whatever. Where is the money coming from for the APP? $5% of 20%. $10 trillion in savings. $10 billion. Tactical bullying. Hey, listen. Don't worry about it. I am fine to take on the moniker of being sadistic, rude, and cruel, because apparently these conservatives are hard asses and everyone else is a snowflake, so they should be able to handle it. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, you know what I mean? Just Google it. Yeah, I know, right? That's why I asked if they believe the earth is flat. Come back! Yo-ho, do you believe the earth is flat? Why are you leaving? Why are you running away? As soon as we ask about money, fucking gone. Alberta separatism has been a talking point since the 1940s. Only difference is the infusion of American money in the last year to make them more vocal. Yeah, there's been an infusion of money from the United States, and not just the United States. There's also India and Russia have also spent money on that. Guy watches PragerU like he's going through elementary school again. No, not PragerU, no. Advertising is alleged to have occurred on social media, including APP's own webpage, where it solicits donations on a billboard on the main highway between Edmonton and Calgary, and through dozens of town hall meetings allegedly organized by the APP. Oh, you mean like the first thing I saw on their website was them wanting money? Oh, did Yoho run away? Yeah, bravely ran away. Does Eastern Canada equal Ontario? Maybe, I don't know. Allegedly? They bravely ran away like a big fat chicken. In a March 12 letter in response, the commissioner's lawyer tells Rath that, quote, compliance with the notices to produce records is not an optional activity, and that failure to comply can have significant consequences. Well, I guess it's kind of Jover for the Alberta Prosperity Project. Seems a little Jover, guys. I'll share this link with you guys so you guys can have it if you want to look at it on your own. Here you go. Watch, this person's gonna have a conniption because it's this guy. We watched this guy before. There's like a whole 11 of them. It's so fucking funny. But I'm totally down to watch their fucking YouTube channel later. But we're gonna do it on a later time where I can do a video specifically focusing on them so we don't like fucking end up way too squirreled. Alright. So let's continue with this. Now that the Alberta separatist proponent has pissed off.
That's why we get up in the morning. What do we think about when we get up in the morning? We think about affordability for Canadians, how we can make life more affordable, and how we can build this country strong, more independent.
Cool. So what do conservatives disagree with about that? Where do they even come from? Googling Carney while foaming at the mouth? Okay, so one of the questions that I've been consistently asking conservatives when they come in here is how do they come to the channel? Like, how do they get here? Because I'm curious, and it mostly seems to be like the algorithm is feeding them stuff. And so the reason the algorithm is feeding them stuff is because they're likely just watching a lot of politically related commentary shows. And you can guess what the bias might be in those suggestions that they're getting. And this is a good question. What do I think of the Canada Strong Fund? Like the fund itself, or like the concept? Sorry, do you mind just being a little bit more specific about what you're asking? Overall, I'm tentatively optimistic. I think it's a good idea to invest in ourselves. So like it makes sense it just seems like a lot of it is just what I think conservatives would label as common sense. Which, of course, as we all know, is a misnomer. That is not good verbiage. It makes sense to me. I think that it needs to be, like, curbed with, it needs to be tempered with realism, and it needs to be tempered with an understanding that we have goals, and those goals, like, how we get there matters. Does that answer your question? They can't have been convinced by ineffective propaganda because that would mean they're dumb and can't answer basic questions. Propaganda, what? Anybody can fall for propaganda. Anybody can fall for propaganda. Yeah, it's okay. Right.
More prosperous, fairer for all. That's what we get. And our negotiations with the United States and how we diversify our partnerships elsewhere. We don't get up first thing in the morning. I do not get up first thing in the morning and think about the United States.
YouTube acknowledges that I exist? That never happens. That's fake news.
States. Okay? I think about Canadians. That's the difference. We have more than enough to do in this country. We're building this place strong. There is a misimpression by some of the degree to which we are reliant on the United States. Okay? Yes, it is our biggest trading partner by far. We are also their second biggest trading partner. There is a symbiosis between the two. There's a reason why 85% of our trade is tariff-free still, and that's maintained.
Yeah, we're back to nobody's saying never trade with the United States and don't do any trade with the United States at all. That's not feasible. That's not realistic. That literally doesn't make any sense. If somebody was saying that, I'd be like, you're fucking crazy. I said that I'm tentatively optimistic. But I think it needs to be tempered with realism and being not stupid about the way we plow forward. Like, I think building is important. I think investing in ourselves is important, but I do think that we keep in mind that we can't just bullheaded rush forward. We need to keep in mind the consequences down the line and before, like, have a little bit of forethought and foresight before we just make willy-nilly decisions. Like I said before, working urgently does not mean rushing, right? You don't want to, like, just throw caution to the wind and not be smart about where you put your money and where you put your investment.
our destiny is first and foremost going to be determined by what we do here, how we build here. Canadians get that. Canadians get that. I'm not sure everyone south of the border understands that to the extent it is true.
We're at time, but we'll
Fair.
take two quick questions. Two more.
Yeah.
Good morning, Najida Amelise, Bloomberg News. I just want to follow up on carbon pricing and the pushback from the oil and gas sector on how it's making them, as they say, less competitive globally. I'm wondering, on the $130 per ton price, what's the timeline you're looking at of reaching that effective price, and is it 2030?
On the second part of your question, that's obviously it's part of the discussion. Everything is connected within the discussions with Alberta, and the key is to, at its base, from our perspective, to have an effective functioning carbon market with respect to the competitiveness of our oil and gas sector. Our oil and gas.
You mean the plan isn't to just turn off Alberta oil? Oh, imagine that. Who could have fucking foreseen?
Our oil production is at a record high. There's a series of measures that can further expand that. If you map in on a per barrel basis, what's the biggest determinant of, one of the biggest determinants, maybe put it this way, of the profitability, competitiveness of the oil and gas sector is going to be our ability to diversify our markets away from the United States.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to take that.
This is exactly why having another pipeline wouldn't, like right this very second, if it was already built and running, when the primary buyer is the United States, would not help us in this situation. Having another one doesn't mean anything to us. It would just, if anything, it would make it worse.
As you saying that you don't have a timeline or
No,
date.
I wouldn't say that, but
You're not
I didn't say
committing to
that.
one. You're not committing to one.
No, sorry, you're Bloomberg. You can't just read
asking
into
you.
my answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the same question I've just
It's
asked.
part of our discussion.
So you're okay. So you're hosting an investment conference in the fall, and you have an economic update next week. I'm wondering if you are looking at cutting
Hey,
corporate.
do you think the conservatives like that Carney doesn't let mainstream media do shit like that? That he calls that out? Or do you think they don't fucking notice that he fucking regularly admonishes mainstream media? Because I know that's like a big talking point for like conservatives in the United States, and it's a little bit of a talking point for conservative media, like right-wing extremism in Canada as well, like Maple MAGA do the same kind of thing. So like I wonder when they praise Pierre Poilievre for being an asshole to people like journalists doing their jobs versus the difference when Mark Carney does something like that where he admonishes or corrects a journalist reading into his statement to be like, I didn't say that. You can like if they view those things as the same, or do they just not notice? 60 billion team, Canada strong plan to recruit, train, and hire 80,000 to 100,000 new Red Seal trade workers for over 5 years. That's great. Those are fake jobs, though. They don't count. Plan gives small, medium-sized businesses up to $10,000 toward their first year apprentice salary. That's pretty cool, actually. That's like a third, if not more, for a salary. Depends on where you go, though. Line between having a backbone with journalists and calling them piggy is stuff like Trump. Yeah. And stuff like Trump, sorry, yeah.
corporate taxes, given that's one of the barriers that corporations say stands in the way of investment?
Well, this is a good opportunity to point out that Canada has the lowest marginal effective tax rate on investment in the G7. By what degree? And in fact, effectively in the OECD, but I'll stick with the G7. Canada's marginal effective tax rate on investment is 13%. The United States marginal effective tax rate on investment after the big beautiful bill, quote unquote, is over 17%. So we're more than 4 percentage points through the United States. We are half the G7 average. We have the...
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about before when we went through all of like the fucking groceries and inflation rates of like the global numbers. This is exactly what he's talking about.
The most competitive tax environment for corporate investment, and I'd like to see that in a Bloomberg story. And you will have it detailed in the update on Tuesday if you want the background.
Last question,
Tuesday.
dernière question, Guillaume.
Oui, Guillaume Saint-Pierre, Journal de Montréal. Bonjour, M. Carney. Par rapport à la mise à jour économique, par rapport à la mise à jour économique de la semaine prochaine, justement, dans le budget de l'automne, vous avez prévu un déficit d'environ 78 milliards pour l'année dernière, 65 milliards pour l'année en cours.
Oui.
Il y a eu plusieurs annonces là, depuis, notamment la suspension de la taxe fédérale
This is like
d'accise sur
lightning
l'essence.
round.
Est-ce que vous pouvez garantir que le déficit de la semaine prochaine qui va être annoncé va être le même que celui de l'automne?
C'est la nouvelle de la semaine prochaine, mais ce que je peux garantir, que nous avons un ministre des Finances très capable, très prudent. Nous avons un gouvernement qui gère nos chiffres, qui gère nos dépenses, qui trouve des épargnes pour les Canadiens et Canadiens.
Mon follow-up.
Follow-up.
Just one
Local
local
CBC.
question. Hi,
great.
This is about the actual thing that we're here for today. Arthur White-Crummey from CBC Local.
Thank you.
So today we're here to talk about the 1,000, now 1,100 units I think that the federal government is directly funding. There's
Right.
also the 2,000 units that you're going to build on federal lands. And that's just on 2 sites. But of course there's a...
Don't call me out like that, Prixie. I never label my layers. I'm a bad person, I know. I'm sadistic and cruel and rude. I never never label my layers.
About 24 sites that the federal government owns in the city. And I'm wondering what you're doing to promote development on those sites and how much of a priority it is for you to build there.
Look, it's a fantastic question. It's a fantastic question that occupies the minds of the mayor, occupies the minds of Minister Robertson and myself here in Ottawa, in Greater Ottawa, and across the country, because
Oh my god,
the
he's
federal government
so
and various
happy to have gotten a question that's on fucking topic. That's so fucking funny. I mean, I don't blame him. Like, valid. What's the other thing I was gonna say? I forget. I was gonna say something else, but I've forgotten what it was. I forgot. Fuck it, I don't remember. Yeah, keep going. It's fine.
Sizes is one of the largest landowners in the country, and not all sites are used as effectively as they could be. And one of the things, there are phases.
I remember what I was going to say. People fear-mongering about like where these houses are going to be built and whether or not they're going to be taking property from like farmers and stuff to be able to do this. And the answer is obviously they're using government land. It's already owned by the government. Don't worry about it.
Of, if I can put it, this will be my final, I know we've run over, but phases of the reform with Build Canada Homes. First was to get it up and running. Second was to strike these important deals. And I just want to underscore leadership of Mayor Sutcliffe in Ottawa and how quickly it's moving, and we're really going to deliver for the people here, including right here in the PN.
Takes two to tango.
But beyond that, there's coordination on 2 fronts. One is with broader infrastructure funding, so community infrastructure funding. It can be health infrastructure funding, broader community centers and others. And think about the challenges we have in a number of jurisdictions with homelessness. Alors, par exemple, en ce qui concerne Montréal, et, on peut avoir des...
I think that's actually the first time I've heard somebody bring up homelessness in this context. Especially in a city like Ottawa, like size-wise.
Une approche globale avec l'infrastructure communautaire et de logements tellement abordables, logements de transition avec des programmes sociaux. Sorry to drift that, but that can be an example. Winnipeg would be another. We can do in other cities, but so we're working. That's the next sort of phase. And then as well,
Winnipeg, for anybody caring about, like, since the West is so us versus them, as we've seen inside chat, they're not being left behind in this.
And this is a machinery of government change, and which is required, is to bring and more centralize control over unused or soon to be unused federal lands, so that we can make them available for development and building at scale, with the key focus being on truly affordable housing. So your question is bang on point. and it's that we're moving in phases, but it's one of the most promising things that having the model up and running that we can build on.
Thank you.
Thank you very
This
much.
puts an end.
This is why I was asking the separatist, what is the model? What is the policy? What is your plan? Because it just sounds like you don't have one. And waffling around makes it sound like you don't have one more. Did you notice how they couldn't answer a single question and then fucking ran away? The transition from French to English was diabolical. Yeah, well, it do be like that sometimes.
Simplement, c'est la prochaine grande étape des réformes.
He's answering the question in French. I'm gonna move on to one of our next. So you see, I've got my little watch later list over here. There was. Oh yeah, Prince Harry delivered a speech to Trump, and I think that's the one we're gonna look at next. I don't know if have you guys seen this? Have you guys heard about this? This is, I'm trying to go in like a little bit of like. We're not gonna do the Mr. Beast one. Don't ignore that. Before we do this, I'm gonna take a quick break though. I'm just gonna let this load in. All right. First off, tell me in the chat how many of you care what Prince Harry has to say about Donald Trump? Because I kind of don't care personally, but I'm curious to know what you guys think. But I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be right back. Let me know what your thoughts are in the meantime. I'll be RB. I got a donut. Alright. Hey, Slushy. What's up? Welcome. I got a donut. Well, I put it in the freezer, so it's like a frozen donut. It's quite good. I like it. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I personally give a shit very much about what Prince Harry has to say. I'm curious enough that I'm gonna watch it, but I don't know how, I don't know if he's really gonna change my mind or say anything, groundbreaking, but, who knows, maybe he'll have something viable to say or worthwhile. Alright. Are we ready? I also don't know what art we're gonna do next, because I think I'm done working on this. I think I finished it. I think it's good. I think it's good to go. So, let's keep going, but, we'll
Ladies
think about
and
what we're working on in the
gentlemen, distinguished leaders and friends, it is an honor and a privilege to return to Kiev, my third visit to your beautiful country.
Oh, that's right, he's in Ukraine. That is what makes it a little bit more interesting.
And a privilege to be asked to speak to you today. Each time I return, I feel something that is difficult to describe, but it is impossible to ignore. It is a sense of clarity. Clarity about what matters, clarity about what is at stake, and clarity about who is carrying that burden. So let me begin differently today. Not by speaking.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about Ukraine that I think people who aren't there geographically don't understand is how much Ukraine is, besides kicking Russia ass, how much they are preventing, the fact that they're kicking Russia ass is protecting the rest of Europe. Right? That's one of the reasons why Poland is so fucking invested in what's going on, because if Poland, you know what I mean? It fucking matters.
About Ukraine, but by speaking to you. To those defending this country.
Okay.
To those holding families, communities, and institutions together under extraordinary strain. The world sees you, and the world respects you. I am not here as a politician. I am here as a soldier who understands service, as a humanitarian.
Oh yeah, that's true. He has done service, so maybe this isn't as hollow as my ears are hearing it at.
Who has seen the human cost of conflict, and as a friend of Ukraine who believes the world must not grow used to this war or numb to its consequences.
I agree with that.
Because what is happening here is not simply a war about territory. It is a war about values, about sovereignty, about whether the principles that underpin our shared democracy shall hold meaning. The theme of this forum, as we've heard,
yeah, I agree, Al.
Asks darkness or dawn? Is light ahead? And standing here in a country that has endured so much, it would be easy to feel the weight of darkness. But Ukraine has already begun to answer that question, not in speeches, but in action. For more than a decade, since 2014, Ukraine has stood on the front line of a struggle that extends far beyond its borders. And since the full-scale invasion, the Ukrainian people have done something extraordinary. You have adapted, you have endured, and you have held the line. Few believed that would be possible. And yet,
that's also true.
Here you are, still standing, still fighting, and still leading. Because this is what leadership looks like in the modern world. Not just strength in arms, but strength in unity. Not just resilience, but innovation under fire. And not just survival, but purpose. Ukraine is now at the forefront of modern warfare, developing some of the most advanced drone capabilities anywhere in the world.
Also true.
Adapting faster than larger forces, and proving that agility and
Fitz says, I love the conservatives getting confused that the No Kings crowd cheered for King Charles, who's acting less like a king than Trump. Yeah, I know, right? I actually have that speech pulled up as well, so maybe we'll be able to get to that today. I feel like Friday is going to end up being like a catch-up day.
And determination can counter brute force. That is not just resilience. That is leadership in real time.
Yeah, John-Claude.
I've seen what strength looks like in conflict. I saw it during my time serving alongside allies in Afghanistan.
Yep.
Different nations, different backgrounds, but united by
And you know who was in Afghanistan helping the United States? Ukraine.
a shared mission and a shared responsibility. And what I see here in Ukraine is that same principle. Strength, not just in bravery and capability, but in unity, in trust, and in the willingness of nations to stand together and carry the burden together. That is what strength looks like today. Not isolation, not division, but unity, mutual respect, and the resolve to act. The strength is not measured by how loudly we speak, but by how consistently we stand for the values we hold dear. But we must also be honest about the cost. The human toll of this war is truly staggering. And behind every statistic is a life, a family, and a future changed forever. And beyond the visible losses, there is the invisible cost. The trauma carried by those returning from the front. The psychological strain on families.
That is specifically one of the things that we're in Canada, the building homes is imitating, is the losses that happened during World War II and stabilizing the populace, and making sure veterans and people coming back from World War II had houses, and those houses were affordable. Hello, welcome. Hi. Hello. Canada and Ukraine signed a deal to deepen defense industrial cooperation, focusing on producing drones in Canada to be sent to Ukraine. Yes, they did! And you know what that is? Jobs. And you know what that is also? Cool.
Living under constant threat and bombardment. The exhaustion that comes from years of uncertainty and grief. This is not something that ends when the war ends. It is something that must be recognized and supported for years to come. Because war is not only fought on the battlefield. It is fought in the mind. Through disinformation, through fatigue, and through the slow erosion of hope. Psychological warfare designed to divide. And there are those on the front lines who know exactly what is at stake, and those at home who are exhausted, and understandably so. And that tension is very real. And yet, Ukraine can...
The morale is huge. Morale is incredibly important to mitigate and manage when you are a nation at war. I mean, you need to manage it when you're not at war, even in peace times. But like, you definitely need to manage it. It's very, very important. It's one of the reasons why I'm not convinced the United States would ever win any war with Canada, because they don't have the morale to do it.
Continues to hold together.
Definitively.
And hold together you must. I have seen this nation's resilience firsthand through members of the Invictus community, Ukrainian servicemen and women who have faced unimaginable challenges and continue to lead with strength, dignity, and purpose. For those Ukrainians that by day are keeping the economy and the country going, and by night are under bombardment, your service, your courage, and the dedication to your country is recognized and appreciated more than you will ever know. Now, across the world, many are angry, rightly so. Many are scared, understandably so.
Hello, welcome, welcome.
And many of us disagree on politics. And most of us will agree that there's a lot to fix to bring us back to the middle. So, when some are striving to dismantle democracy, the many should continue to speak up, to be heard, to be counted, and to be the loudest voice, choosing life and freedom. For we know there can be devastating consequences of silence, delay, and lack of accountability. This year marks 10 years of Ukraine's participation in the Invictus Games, a decade that has shown the world what recovery can look like. And not just physical recovery, but the rebuilding of identity, of confidence, and of hope. And during my visit to Lviv, I saw the work of the Superhuman Center, restoring not only bodies, but lives. And it is proof that even in the darkest moments, humanity has an extraordinary capacity to rebuild. And that same spirit extends beyond the front lines. Across Ukraine, organizations are working tirelessly to meet the needs of civilians affected by this war. And among them, World Central Kitchen has been providing millions of meals to those displaced, to families living under constant threat, and to communities.
This is, again, war takes so much of a toll that it's, like, as much as people, particularly on the internet, like to pontificate about, oh, you should do this and speculate about this and that and the other thing, it's important to also recognize it's a privilege that we're even able to do so. Like, it's one of the things that the United States, I think, is not really very respectful about, and it's about not having war on your own soil. Because the United States has not exactly had a whole ton of that on its own soil. As opposed to, you know, comparatively to Europe especially, right?
Communities cut off from normal supply chains. Their work is simple in concept, full of risk, and profound in impact. Because in the middle of conflict, a hot meal is not just sustenance. It is survival. It is dignity. It is a reminder that people have not been forgotten. That is what light looks like, even in the darkest places. But even as communities rebuild and support one another, the dangers of war persist. Across fields, towns, and villages, landmines and unexploded ordnance remain. A silent, enduring threat to civilians long after the fighting moves on. Now, organizations like the Halo Trust are doing extraordinary work to clear these remnants of war, turning danger back into possibility. But the scale of this challenge is immense.
Yeah, we looked at not too long ago, there's a project that was a portion of Africa, I think. I don't remember where, but there was like a bunch of landmines and they managed to finally get them all cleared, and it was through a lot of fucking training of animals that were able to find the mines. Very expensive to wage war for almost zero payout besides forming hostile groups that are resistant to the occupation. Yeah, it depends on a lot of... When you go to war, you need to justify it to your populace, right? So take Israel versus Palestine, for example, right? You'll also notice that there's like been a lot more, the longer this has gone on, the more aggressive Israel has been, the more resistant to what's gone on is to the Israeli people. Right? It's not everybody. I'm not speaking for everyone. These are just the numbers. So you have to justify it, and it's hard to justify to a populace the type of thing that both Israel is doing, especially when you have global resistance and you have access to global information. Right? It's harder than it seems. It's harder than you might think. And I think that people like Pete Hegseth don't have any real respect for the work that it takes to do something like that. Like, I don't think somebody like Pete Hegseth understands needing to manage and justify, because this seems like a group that is like, oh, we do it and you agree with us because we're us, right? Because we tell you to, as opposed to like actually convincing the people, and you have to actually convince the people. I don't think the United States can handle a war with Greenland, and especially not a war with Canada, because the people aren't going to be behind it. They're not going to convince the American people that they want that. It's easier for them to do it with Iran because, you know, that's a bunch of brown people in the Middle East, and there's so much propaganda in the United States about brown people in the Middle East, right? Zero impulse control. Yeah, good point. Impulse control is a fucking thing. And having a politician or somebody with nuclear codes with zero impulse control is fucking scary.
Which means our responsibility does not end...
Not even as an outsider, by the way. I mean, like, it should be scary for people in the United States because there's literally nothing stopping... Like, Donald Trump and his administration has already weaponized the military and, like, things like ICE and budgeting against its own people. So keep in mind that there's literally... As much as you could say, well, we're just going to drop a nuke on Greenland, there's nothing stopping Donald Trump from getting pissed off enough at California that he tries to drop a nuke on California. You know what I mean? So, like, fucking Christ.
When the war ends. It continues in the work of recovery, of rebuilding, and of ensuring that future generations can live without fear beneath their feet. Now, if I may step back for just a moment. There was a time, not so long ago, when many believed that we had reached a kind of historical endpoint, that liberal democracy had prevailed, and that major ideological conflict was behind us. But history has a way of reminding us otherwise. What we are witnessing today is not the end of struggle, but its evolution. And the lesson is clear. Democracy is not inevitable. It is not self-sustaining,
yes,
and it is not immune to challenge.
True.
It
Nor
must
should it
be
be
defended, actively, consistently, and collectively. And that is why Ukraine matters so deeply.
One of the reasons. Yeah.
Because Ukraine has chosen a path grounded in freedom, in dignity, and democratic values, even in the midst of war. We must be absolutely clear about the nature of this war. This is not an accident, nor a misunderstanding, and nor the inevitable fog of conflict.
Yeah, I agree.
It is the
it's purposeful, it's intentional. When we leave Europe, we won't have the reach we had anymore. Who's we in this situation? We would be a regional power rather than a world power. Who is we and leave in what way? I'm just not sure what you mean.
Product of sustained, deliberate policy, planned, executed, and defended at the highest levels. It begins with the violation of the Budapest Memorandum.
Yep.
An agreement under which Ukraine relinquished the world's third largest nuclear arsenal in exchange for binding assurances of its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Yep.
Those assurances were not just broken,
yeah,
they were discarded. And when commitments of that magnitude are violated...
Yes! I'm glad he's just saying that. When the United States leaves Europe. Okay, so you were referring to the United States. What do you mean by leave then? I am curious. Bro, yeah, the United States just fucking fucked this up so badly. Good God. Fucking the United States being scared of Russia is, like, absurd to me. Especially with a space race in the Cold War. Fucking, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you.
The damage does not stop at Ukraine's borders.
Correct.
It strikes at the credibility of every international guarantee.
Yes.
Every non-proliferation effort and every promise made between nations. But the consequences are not only strategic, they are profoundly human. Across occupied territories, there is mounting documented evidence of systemic war crimes. Deliberate attacks on civilians, mass killings, torture, sexual violence, and the forced deportation of entire populations. In places like Bucha and Mariupol, the world has seen what happens when those policies are carried out on the ground.
The United States isn't scared. Trump paid it off. Trump is paid off. I think it's both. I think it's both. I think this administration and the government, like, I don't mean to say the American people. I'm the American government. The United States government is so fucking scared right now. And admittedly, maybe they should be, but they're just, you know, not. Do you mean... Sorry. I was referring to the United States and dropping NATO as well. So you mean the United States... You mean the United States leaving Europe to you means leaving NATO? We won't have the reach we had anymore. It would be regional power rather than a world power. I don't think I disagree with you. I'm just trying to understand exactly what you're saying, because I think I agree with you. I'm just trying to understand. Make sure I don't misrepresent what you're trying to say.
Civilians executed, communities erased, and human dignity stripped away. And nowhere is this more chilling than in the treatment of Ukraine's children. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for the unlawful deportation and transfer of children, acts that are not incidental to war, but central to a wider strategy. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian children have been forcibly taken from their homes, many separated from parents who were killed, detained, or simply lost in the chaos, and transported into Russia or Russian-controlled territories. There they are subjected to a system designed to erase who they are, given new identities, new citizenship, placed into Russian families, and cut off from language, culture, and country. Obstacles are deliberately created to prevent their return. Under international law, this forcible transfer of children from one national group to another is not just a war crime. It can constitute an act of genocide when carried out with intent to destroy a people's identity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not collateral damage.
I will take this moment to remind you all that we do not measure a genocide in its effectiveness. How effective a genocide is does not determine whether or not it is in fact a genocide.
Not the chaos of war spilling over. This is organized, systemic, intentional, and designed to endure long after the fighting stops. President Putin, no nation benefits from the continued loss of life we are witnessing. There is still a moment now to stop this war, to prevent further suffering for Ukrainians and Russians alike, and to choose a different course. Years into this war, with immense losses and limited gains, it is increasingly clear that this path offers no victory, only more loss. The cost continues to rise, with no outcome that justifies the human toll. But while we recognize these realities, we must also recognize something equally important. Ukraine is not standing alone. Across Europe and beyond, there has been extraordinary support. Countries have stepped forward, often at real cost, and that matters. Because solidarity is not just a principle, it is a capability. Europe has stood up in profound ways. And that support has mattered, and Ukraine knows it. The task now is to match endurance with speed, solidarity with scale, and commitment with consistency. What has already been done has proven what is possible, and the scale of this moment demands more. Decisive action, delivered quickly, saves lives. And clarity of commitment shortens wars.
True.
The United
That's right.
States has a singular role in this story, not only because of its
A
power,
bitch.
but because when Ukraine gave up nuclear weapons, America was part of the assurance that Ukraine's sovereignty and borders would be respected. This is a moment.
Yo, America plays a part of this role of being the whole ass fucking problem. In my opinion, this is my opinion, I think the United States is just as responsible and just as culpable for the damage that has happened to Ukraine by Russia as Russia is. In my opinion. That is my opinion. I may change that opinion, but as of right now, my opinion stands that the United States is just as responsible. They fucking signed on to it, they fucking shit the bed. And they're continuing to shit the bed.
For American leadership. A moment for America to show.
It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for you.
That it can honor its international treaty obligations.
It can't. It
Not
won't.
out of charity, but out of its own enduring role in global security and strategic stability.
No. No, not gonna
Respect.
happen. No.
Ukraine has earned the respect of the world.
Yes.
Through its leadership, Ukraine has very much earned the respect of the world. Through its leadership, through its resilience, and through its conduct. And of course, through its innovation. And
the United States has earned the disrespect of the entire world due to its fucking shitting the bed in this matter. If you have an opinion contrary to mine, please feel free to share it. I'd love to know your thoughts, because I'm liable to change my mind if you think you can. If you think you have an argument. Please actually, if you disagree with me, please actually provide an argument instead of just making some dumbass fucking statement and pretending it's an argument. Please, thank you. This situation is not a joke. So, treat it with a little bit of fucking understanding.
Respect really matters. Because when leaders act without respect for sovereignty, for international law, for human life, well, respect once lost is rarely recovered, and never quickly. And Ukraine has taken the opposite path. And that distinction could not be clearer. As President Zelensky has made clear, we are defending our right to live. So, the question is no longer whether Ukraine will stand. You have already answered that. The question is, will the rest of the world match your resolve? Because one day soon, this war will end. And history will not ask what we said, it will ask what we did.
Yeah?
Who acted? Who stepped forward? And who chose courage over caution? Ukraine has already given its answer. Now is the time for the rest of us to give ours. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
You know what? That is not the worst speech I've heard. That's actually pretty good. Alright, yeah, cool. I was fine with that. Did you guys see any, like, major issues? I don't think so. I mean, it was a speech. Seemed fine to me. Alright, let's keep going. What else we got? This is for a different day. Oh, here's the Canada Strong Fund. So this is what, Maple was asking earlier about, so I think it'll be good to chat about. Take a look. I don't want live chat. Fuck off. Oh my god, Mark Carney lets comments and live chat on his fucking YouTube channel? Damn. That's ballsy, actually. A lot of them don't fucking allow this kind of shit, so that's actually low-key kind of cool. You can actually leave comments. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, we're trying to do, we're changing the bug dragon into like a cleric beast from Bloodborne. I've got the Bloodborne vibe going on here. Bold move, Cotton. I know, live chat and comments, and the live chat's visible after the fact? Interesting. This is from 4 days ago.
Ottawa, Greater Ottawa Caucus colleagues. This place is a temple, veritable temple to the ingenuity and drive that has built our great country. Canada has always been a nation of risk takers and builders. The country was originally forged by Indigenous peoples and voyageurs who mapped the continent and built vast trading networks from coast to coast to coast before the Americans had even left St. Louis. And by the early 1870s, a young Canada was a vast land of provinces bound together, has to be said, mainly in name, a mere geographical expression in Sir John A. Macdonald's memorable phrase.
Oh no,
Facing
look
at that
out,
time an
they're
economic
bringing up
depression
John A.
and threats to our
McDonald.
sovereignty from our southern neighbor.
I don't know why that wouldn't pause. Listen, only fucking Pierre Poilievre is allowed to talk about John A. Macdonald. Didn't you know? It's illegal for anybody else to talk about him. Am I pressing? Oh, I think I'm pressing buttons with my fucking thing being in my lap. My apologies. Bold strategy, Cotton.
Canadians chose to build. And the Canadian Pacific Railway became the connective tissue of a new country, the iron spine from east to west, expanding Canada and bringing British Columbia into Confederation. Our resources were unlocked. Our trade increased. Our industries grew, and a stronger, more united, and more prosperous Canada emerged. The CPR itself, Canadian Pacific Railway, became one of the most profitable enterprises in the British Empire.
I've got two things in my brain right now for the art that I'm working on. I've got Bloodborne in my brain and Hollow Knight. Those are kind of the vibes I'm going for.
And its founders, Lord Mount Stephen and Lord Strathcona, numbered amongst its wealthiest people. Now today, Canada faces new challenges from a world that's changing, not gradually, but suddenly. Technological change is accelerating. The foundations of the international order, the order which Canada helped to build and from which we have long benefited, that order is crumbling. And many of our former strengths, built on our close ties to the United States, have become our weaknesses. The U.S. has changed. That's their right. And we are responding. That is our imperative. We are responding with speed and ambition, focusing on what we can control, which is to build our strength at home.
If there's one thing that I do like about Mark Carney's positioning for his platform is that it is one of optimism, not one of doom and gloom. And that seems to be the two diametrically opposed between the conservative opposition and the liberal majority government that they have right now, is the difference between being doomy about it and being like, oh, there's nothing we can do, or everything is broken, and oh, we gotta tear everything down, and da-da-da-da-da-da. Like I think somebody said earlier, Pierre Poilievre is very divisive in the way he speaks. As opposed to Mark Carney, who's just seems to be like, this is an opportunity and we can be optimistic about what we're doing, although we need to work with urgency, and although things are not perfect, there is an opportunity to be had here, and that is far more of like a unifying, positive outlook, which seems to have like crippled the authoritarian think tank. Like just straight up crippled it. It's fascinating, actually.
Home and diversify our partnerships abroad. Abroad, we've secured more than 20 economic and security partnerships across 4 continents in less than a year. We're re-engaging with global giants like India, China, and Brazil. And we're deepening our partnerships with our closest allies, including the European Union, the Nordic countries, and Australia.
Yeah.
As a result, we're attracting the strongest investment in the G7. And we're on track to double our non-US exports within a decade. That's $300 billion of new orders for Canadian resources, goods, and expertise. At home, we're catalyzing a series of nation-building projects in energy, trade, critical minerals, transport, data, and beyond. We've announced 21 nation-building initiatives that will connect, diversify, and propel our economy through over $125 billion of new investment. We're realizing Canada's full potential in clean and conventional energies to power Canadian homes, build Canadian businesses, and reinforce Canadian sovereignty. We're building a strong economy, where everyone has a chance to get ahead, where we can take care of the vulnerable.
So tell me what the difference is, if you're conservative out there watching this. Can you tell me what the difference is between what Carney said that he wants to do and what Pierre Poilievre says that he wants to do about building the homes and whatever the fuck? Admittedly, I think that the main difference I am hearing is that one is a call to action and opportunity, and the other one is a call to divisiveness, and one is far more specific and the other one is more vague. So let me know what you think, because I don't know what you disagree with this about, because if you agree that you want to build homes, I don't know why you would disagree with what Carney is saying. Canada be home of new multinational NATO defense bank. This will be new jobs in Canada again. They need to determine the city to host the bank yet. Toronto, Ottawa, Vancouver, and Montreal are all competing to have the Defense Security and Resilience Bank located in their jurisdiction. Vancouver would be interesting. I think Montreal. So the reason I'd say not Toronto is because of where Toronto is situated. The reason I don't say Ottawa is because that's where Parliament is. The reason Vancouver or Montreal is interesting. The reason I'm not sure about Vancouver is because of the coastline. Montreal might be. I don't know like the details of what they're offering, like what the deal would be. I'm just thinking of like their geographic location, about why I'm like where my brain is ticking. But like I don't know. I think maybe Montreal. Montreal might be the hotspot
In our society, where we pull together to make life more affordable today and better tomorrow. These are still early days, but we're already delivering results. Nous avons déjà soumis 21 projets et stratégies au bureau des grands projets des ports, des autoroutes, des mines et des corridors commerciaux et énergétiques. L'année dernière, la construction de la nouvelle centrale nucléaire de Darlington a commencé en Ontario. Plus tôt ce mois-ci, nous avons donné le coup d'envoi d'un projet d'expansion du terminal de contrecours au port de Montréal. Un projet qui a fait l'objet de débats pendant plus de 4 décennies et finalement.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. The location of Vancouver being closer to NATO. Yeah, that's good point. Good point. Yeah.
Construction. Et nous venons d'approuver le projet d'agrandissement Sunrise. Elle augmentant la capacité principale réseau de transport de gaz naturel de la Colombie-Britannique. Le projet, d'une valeur de 4 milliards de dollars, aidera à répondre à la croissance de la demande énergétique de la province. Cet été, nous lancerons le projet de route de la vallée du Mackenzie dans le territoire du Nord-Ouest, un projet dont j'attends parler depuis mon enfance. Nous avons signé 56 accords sur les minéraux critiques avec plus de 10 pays. Ces accords contribueront à débloquer 18,5 milliards de dollars pour des projets liés aux minéraux critiques au Canada. Et on ne fait que commencer. Nous réalisons des projets à travers notre vaste territoire. Les installations de GNL en Colombie-Britannique, aux mines de la Saskatchewan, du Québec et du Nouveau-Brunswick, en passant par une nouvelle ligne de train à très grande vitesse reliant Toronto à Québec, ainsi que le premier grand projet d'éolien en mer du Canada au large des côtes de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Tomorrow, the Minister of Finance will release our first spring update. And it will show how Canada's new government is combining responsible fiscal management with new measures to ensure that all Canadians can participate in building a more independent and a more resilient Canadian economy. Building Canada strong
I'm
means
gonna have to look at the release because I haven't checked that out yet, but you know.
building a Canada where everyone has a stake, where growth is shared, and where prosperity reaches every region, every community, and every family. So
I wonder if one of the reasons why like the premier of Alberta and why Alberta is really like not happy with this is because all of the alternate energies besides oil gives the rest of the provinces a shot at a piece of the energy pie in a way that Alberta doesn't like. Like the competitive, like a more competitive market. I wonder if that's a factor. I don't know. Maybe. Might be. Could be a consideration. It should be a consideration if it's not, but I don't know if you should, like, argue to sink the entire country because you don't like that other people... Like, you're complaining, like, if the complaint for Alberta, which seemed to be what part of the separatist complaint is, that you're giving money to other provinces that you think you should be able to keep for yourselves, which is, okay, fine, you believe that, sure. Then why are you fighting this? Because if these other provinces make money in these other industries, then you won't have to give them money and maybe they'll end up giving you money. Like, Alberta acts like it doesn't benefit from the other provinces, right? At least the Alberta separatists. I shouldn't say Alberta because there's, like I said, they're a fraction. They're not like, it's not as popular as some might have you believe.
today, we're proud to announce a new pillar of our plan, the Canada Strong Fund, Canada's first national sovereign wealth fund. This will be a Government of Canada fund, but more importantly, this will be a people's fund. It will be your fund. Le nouveau gouvernement du Canada a créé un nouveau fonds souverain qui investira dans de grands projets ambitieux canadiens, des projets dans le domaine de l'énergie, de l'infrastructure, des mines, de l'agriculture, des technologies, aux côtés d'investisseurs privés.
Is Canada going through a breakup? No. Well, I guess maybe if you count the United States. If you count the United States, then yes. If not, then no. There's a small group of like 100-ton hats that think that Alberta should separate from Canada, which is not new rhetoric. Did you guys know that free healthcare was initiated in Alberta? You put the bike in Winnipeg, no American army would be able to find it. I like how we have to consider the America the threat. This is fucking so sad. So sad, so unfortunate. Sag. Big Sag. I mean, if the United States keeps doing what it's doing, it is only a matter of time before the rest of the world begins to view them as a threat, even though right now, rhetorically, the world is not viewing them as a threat. At least not to, like, not as an, sorry, not as a threat, as an enemy, sorry, that's a better word. The rest of the world is not viewing them as an enemy yet, but... Surely with zero influence from a belligerent southern neighbor. Oh, surely. Surely. Yeah, you got it. You nailed it. Jonkler knows what's up.
Et pour la première fois dans l'histoire du Canada, les Canadiens et Canadiennes ne se contenteront pas juste de contribuer à la réalisation de ces projets. Ils bénéficieront directement de leurs retombées. Le Fonds pour un Canada fort permettra de bâtir de façon stratégique, en partenariat avec les Canadiennes et les Canadiens. So here's how it works. A sovereign wealth fund is essentially a national savings and investment account. It's designed to grow wealth for future generations of Canadians. Many countries that are blessed with natural resources, like Norway, have sovereign wealth funds.
Hey,
Canada hasn't had one.
We were talking about this literally yesterday.
Until now. The new Canada Strong Fund will give all Canadians a direct stake in building Canada strong. Now, to be clear, just like with the construction of the Canadian Pacific Railway 150 years ago, Canada's major projects will mostly be built by private companies.
Yeah.
And just as in the 1870s, the federal government will support these projects through loans, grants, and other incentives. And we do this because these projects have wider benefits to our economies, benefits that exceed the private returns. I'll give an example. Expanding the port of Montreal at Contrecoeur will unlock new markets for thousands of Canadian businesses and create hundreds of thousands of jobs for Canadian workers. So, until now.
So, for example, for anybody who can't follow along with that, when you invest in a business or in a port like that, let's say you spend let's keep the number small for a second. Let's pretend you spend let's say you spend $100, right? We're just going to keep the number small just to make it easier to understand. Let's say you spend $100, right? Okay, so you are now in a deficit of $100. But the thing that you've put that money into is creating jobs for, let's call it 50 people. Right? Okay? And 50 people, let's pretend they're all getting paid let's say they're getting paid $20, right? $20 each. It's $20. So with $100 for 50 people, 2 multiplied by 50, right? And that's how much money, that's how much revenue you've generated, right? So, right? So this, I'm excluding the businesses, right? Because that's a different thing. We're just going to keep it as simple as we can, right? So 50 multiplied by 20 is 1,000, right? So you've actually generated $1,000 worth of revenue on the $100 that the government has spent. Right? Now, people, out of that $1,000 that they've all made collectively, will each spend, let's call it, because they're each getting $20. Let's call it, let's say they each spend, let's say they spend 50% of their income, right? It's going to be more than that, but let's pretend they say they spend 50% of their money. So this is pre-taxes. So let's pretend that they get taxed 1%. So that's $1 is going back to the government, right? For each of these people, right? So $1 from this comes back in taxes, right? So for $1. So that's going to be $50 already going back. You've already made 50 in one paycheck. In one amount, you've gotten 50% of your money that you invested back. Just in the taxes on the income. Now let's pretend, so let's call it $19. Let's scratch this, and let's call it $19. So that means $19 goes back to the people, right? For a total of 19 multiplied by 50, right? Is fucking 950, right? So let's say you spend 50% of this money, like everybody spends of this amount that they're each getting, right? So let's pretend it, let's call it 10. Like let's call it $10, right? So $10, $10, $10. 50 times, right? And so this gets taxed as well. So let's even say that this is only taxed by 1%, right? So let's say that this is taxed $1. Right? $1, $1, right? So that's $1 multiplied by 50 times. Right? So that's another $50 coming back. congratulations, on a one-time payment on 50 people at $20, you've made back your $100. And that's going to continue to generate revenue for as long as those people are working, as long as those jobs exist. And so when you invest in something like a port, that port doesn't just go away, right? So that's how that works. So the investment here is a deficit that ends up in a relatively quick amount of time, or within an amount of time, as now, after you've paid off this principal of 100 deficit, everything after this initial amount is pure profit, baby. And you're going up by $100 per cycle, however long this cycle is. So even if this cycle is 1 year. Now, let's say maybe this $100 takes a little bit of time to pay off because there's an interest rate on this $100. So the interest rate, let's say the interest rate is even, if the interest rate is anything below 50% of the principal, you're going to pay it back over an amount of time. It might take longer, but it will be paid back. This is the difference between just a deficit and an investment. There is still, why those words are not interchangeable, right? An investment might put you at a deficit. This $100, let's uncross that out, right? This $100 might not actually be a deficit. It's only really a net deficit if it's higher than the net principal that you're working with. If the net principal is $1,000, you've only used that percentage. So even if you take $100 out, that doesn't mean you're necessarily operating at a deficit. You're still losing $100, but it's not a net loss, right? I don't know how to explain this in any simpler terms. If you have any questions, let me know. Math. Admittedly, this is an incredibly simple way of putting it. It is far more complicated than this, and there's a lot more going on, but this is really bare bones, scratching the surface of how an investment works for a country. Anyway, back to business. Go on.
Well, those wider benefits flowed to the Canadian economy, flowed to our country. The financial returns of the projects themselves flowed only to those who built and ran them.
Exactly, April, you get it. Which is why borrowing money to give the richest people and corporations more money is a bad investment, because they're already spending the amount that they were going to spend. Exactly. If they're already paying the amount of taxes that they're ever going to pay, giving them more money is not an investment strategy. Exactly. That's why building a port is an indirect investment in corporations and business. It gives those corporations and businesses opportunities in which the money ends up flowing more than it is otherwise. How do the billionaires get to, man, I don't know, man. Won't somebody think of the billionaires?
That changes today. When the CPR was built, the government of the day granted a private monopoly to the company. Today, to create wealth for Canadians today and our kids tomorrow, the Canada Strong Fund will invest alongside the private sector in nation-building projects on a fully commercial basis. We will begin with an initial endowment of $25 billion.
That's an interesting stopgap to prevent what has happened before as a problem from happening again. Or at least what is widely viewed as a problem. Yeah, there's nothing worth less money than a billionaire's bank account.
Over time, the fund will grow through asset recycling and reinvestment, creating even greater opportunities for future generations. We will also do something else that's new and important. For those Canadians who want to participate in an even more direct way, we will make it easy for individual Canadians to invest in the fund and therefore own a small piece of nation-building projects and share in their returns. The fund will be professionally managed and operate as an arm's-length independent Crown corporation. And we'll
so it's going to be similar to like an RRSP. So like it's kind of like a 401k for anybody in the United States. It's not exactly the same, but it's a similar concept.
Over the coming months on the specific aspects of the fund. But one thing is sure, it will be accessible to everyone, not just a few. Because the Canada Strong Fund is about solidarity amongst Canadians, no matter where they live.
Clever.
So whether a project is in Alberta, Quebec, or in the far north, high north, all Canadians will have a stake. Because this is about ensuring that you and your children and your children's children benefit from the prosperity that we are creating today. You know, in many ways, we're walking today the same path as our predecessors did. We have the same conviction that ambition and drive can change the course of a nation. We have the same catalytic role for government to make nation-building projects happen. We have the same reliance on private enterprise to build and run these businesses. But at the same time, we've also learned from our past. The Canadian Pacific Railway transformed Canada, but it did so in a way that also left deep scars. Indigenous peoples were displaced from their lands. Thousands of workers toiled in appalling conditions. And the wealth that was created accrued to the few.
I'm glad that he's bringing it up, because like that's a big issue.
The many. Three things are different this time. This time we are building with Indigenous peoples as full partners, ensuring meaningful Indigenous ownership and major economic benefits. This time, we are building in solidarity with Canadian workers, creating hundreds of thousands of high-paying union jobs.
Oh my God. Guys, we have a prime minister who's pro-union. Guys, Canada has a prime minister that is pro-union, who is not spending all of his time being like, well, at least we're not as bad as the United States, and is instead looking at countries who are doing things differently in a way to be like, hey, is what they're doing useful and would it make sense for us to do? Like the Nordic countries, like he just brought up. Oh, God, I'm getting flashbacks to civics class in high school of being like, why the fuck are we doing this? Oh my God, it's only been like fucking God knows how long. Oh no, my guy. Holy moly. I need to find somebody who's like educated in economics to come on and talk with me on Debate Hub about global economics. That would be interesting. Holy moly. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Communism! Yo, you're right. Agreed on both sides of what? Communism! I don't understand. I don't understand how the fuck people in the United States think this is communism. I don't understand where this misunderstanding comes from, outside of, like, maybe the Cold War, just propaganda? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I have an idea. Am I ending at 1:30? Probably not. Probably not. Is there any particular reason I should end at 1:30? There are some unions that have, like, not great, like, unions aren't perfect, but I don't think that's, like, a valid criticism. I think saying something isn't perfect is just not a valid criticism. So of course it's not perfect. What the fuck are you talking about? Communism is dead right next to fascism? Bro, fascism is definitely alive and well. Nope. No, these, I don't do a 2:15 stream separated on Fridays. I just do one starting a little bit later, and yeah, there's one tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is philosophy over on Debate Hub. If it was perfect, it would already exist. If it was perfect, it either already exist or it would be impossible. No, you're good. No, you're good. You're good. I just don't think it's not perfect is a valid criticism on its face. Yeah, sure. Communism TM, right? It do be like that. Alright, continue, Mr. Carney, with what you were saying.
The first time in our history, every Canadian will hold a direct stake in what's built. Because we know that nation building is not just about what we build, it's also about how we build. We are building together, with all Canadians, and for all Canadians. Nous bâtissons une économie plus forte, plus autonome et plus résiliente pour tous. Un avenir qui n'est pas seulement solide, mais aussi prometteur. Un Canada qui n'est pas seulement prospère, mais juste. Un Canada qui n'est pas réservé à quelques-uns, mais qui est pour tous en tout temps. Jean Lesage, le père du Québec moderne, a dit « Notre situation historique et géographique nous a forcés de devenir ce que nous sommes. Nous voulons désormais être ce que nous pouvons devenir. »
I just saw this cute picture of a bird.
C'est cette même philosophie qui nous inspire aujourd'hui pour créer le Fonds Canada Fort. Par l'entremise de ce fonds, chacun des Canadiens et Canadiennes aura sa part des bénéfices découlant de ces grands projets. Ce sont nos ressources naturelles, notre main-d'œuvre et notre richesse. Voilà la meilleure façon d'être mis chez nous, pour bâtir un Canada fort pour tous. Un Canada où tout le monde y trouve son compte, où tout le monde peut participer. It's our country. It's your future. We're building by Canadians, for all Canadians. We are building Canada strong for all. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, and I look forward to your questions.
First question, go ahead. Good morning, Prime Minister.
Morning.
Stephanie Levitz from the Globe.
Hey, remember when I said that Pierre Poilievre claimed that fucking Mark Carney never answered questions? It's such a nonsense thing to say. Again, I would have more respect for the opposing, like, for the Conservative Party if they actually just didn't randomly bullshit about everything all of the fucking time. Like, can you guys get your shit together for fucking 30 minutes and just stop? and actually fucking participate in reality for like 5 minutes?
Open mail. The government's running deficits and cutting spending across the board. So where is this $25 billion going to come from?
Well, the first thing, I won't front run the Minister of Finance too much tomorrow. But there will be good news tomorrow with the spring update on the fiscal situation.
Okay, we need to look at the spring update. When was this? This was 4 days ago. Okay, so it should be out. I'll wait till after this. Don't let me forget.
The government's performance against our deficit targets, the government performance on getting spending under control, and the government's performance at the main time, and this has been core to our strategy, which is to spend less, get spending under control, so that
do you like my DMing style? I hope you like my DMing style. Admittingly, you guys are getting a truncated version, but I hope you enjoy it. Pierre Poilievre accuses Mark Carney of not answering questions because Pierre Poilievre doesn't answer questions. If his opponent does it, then it's okay for him to do it. Yeah, I think you nailed that one. Nailed it! I need like a hammer. I need a squeaky hammer. Given what PP offers as answers, Carney doesn't give anything similar. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Like that's how he's defining questions, by the ability to dodge them.
Canada can invest more. And what today is about is ensuring that as Canada invests more, Canada as a country, the Canadian private sector, foreign investors in Canada, that all Canadians share in the benefits of that. We have ample resources in order to do so alongside. And remember, last point, and I'll hand back, is that there's a series, and this is what governments have done over the years, series of measures that governments are taking to create the possibility of these projects. We're doing that on a different scale now. And now we're making sure at the same time that all Canadians benefit.
Follow-up. You keep referencing the Canadian Pacific Railway as a benchmark here, and that was funded by private investment.
Yeah.
But a lack of transparency around that financing led to one of the earliest political scandals in Confederation.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know about the transparency on this fund. Who is going to manage it?
That's a good question. Yeah, valid.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm glad you raised it, because there are lessons in all respects on how, from our past and from the specific example. And I drew out some of the most important ones about partnership with Indigenous peoples, full partnership with workers, and full participation of Canadians alongside. This will be a independent Crown Corporation, reports to Parliament, arm's length, as I say, independent, full disclosure, professionally managed, and the investments that are made will be clear. The objective is to grow wealth for Canadians over the long term.
Prochaine question. Next question.
For the people, by the people.
Premier ministre Valérie Gamage de Radio-Canada. Sur cette question de la transparence, pourriez-vous être plus précis? Je comprends.
For anybody who doesn't know what Radio-Canada is like the Quebec, not just Quebec, but like French obligated, publicly funded radio station. French exclusive.
Vous parlez de cette société d'État qui sera créée, elle aura des comptes à rente, mais comment vraiment pourrez-vous vous assurer qu'il n'y ait pas d'ingérence politique dans ce fonds-là? Est-ce qu'il y a des choses que vous voulez mettre en place, que vous avez en tête?
Well, ce qui est fondamental est d'avoir des objectifs clairs pour le fonds. On va faire une consultation sur les objectifs du fonds. Premièrement, il faut avoir des objectifs clairs. Deuxièmement, il faut avoir une gouvernance indépendante. C'est un conseil d'administration indépendant. Et il faut avoir la transparence avec tous les investissements de fonds doivent être dévoilés en temps réel. Et dans une manière annuelle, tous les investissements et tous les rendements. Et surtout parce qu'on va donner la chance pour tous les Canadiens, des Canadiens, d'investir dans le fonds. Alors, il y aura une large transparence de le fonds. On a beaucoup de temps de préciser tous les détails de ce fonds-ci et on va le faire.
Et je comprends qu'à terme, tous les Canadiens vont profiter des retombées de ces grands projets d'intérêt national. Je comprends que ça, c'est votre objectif à moyen terme. À court terme, on est dans une crise quand même de l'abordabilité.
I might be wrong, but it seems to me that most of the time the Radio Canada questions. I don't. My French isn't good enough, but it seems to me, based off of like contextual tonality and this length of answers, that most of the time their questions are relatively cohesive. God, I gotta get better at French. I'll get there one day, guys. Believe in me. Subscribe to find out if one day I learn enough French that I can passably translate this.
Quoi offrir aux Canadiens? Une possibilité d'investir dans un fonds, c'est vraiment réaliste et ça vient vraiment les aider dans leur quotidien.
Merci encore pour votre question. Et on va voir dans la mise en jour demain tous les efforts que le gouvernement fait afin de régler cette crise d'abordabilité. Et l'emphase que le gouvernement fait de donner un coup de pouce maintenant pour des Canadiens, des Canadiennes, des familles canadiennes, afin de créer, pendant le temps que nous créerons, un Canada plus fort, plus prospère, plus équitable. Alors, il faut faire plusieurs choses en même temps comme un gouvernement, et on va le faire. On va le faire. Et avec ce fonds-ci, les retombées. OK. Je recommence un aspect de
I mean, I finished 3 Harvard courses, to be fair. In my defense, I finished 3 of them. I had 2. One that I didn't start, but I signed up for, and one that I haven't finished, and that's the rhetoric one.
De ma réponse, si vous me permettez. Dans des grands projets, par exemple, Contrecoeur à Montréal, il y a des retombées, des grandes retombées économiques pour le Québec, pour tout le Canada, à cause d'une augmentation de 60% de la capacité d'exportation du Canada. C'est évident. Mais, de plus, on va voir une occasion, pas dans cet exemple, mais il y a d'autres pour et d'autres exemples à l'avenir. On va avoir une occasion d'investir directement, côte à côte, avec le secteur privé. Les mêmes rendements du secteur privé, les retombées financières pour tous les Canadiens et Canadiens. Alors, ça, c'est la différence.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Good morning, Tonda McCharles, Toronto Star. Just following up on that line of questioning, in terms of the individuals that you want to be able to enable investment in this fund, could you elaborate on what you envisage that as? Because not everyone, obviously, has the means to invest, and so does this stand to benefit richer people than others?
Well, I think this, thank you.
Very good question. It's fine. That's a really good question. That's a really good point. I'm back to, I just really like that it's not everybody screaming all at once to try and get their questions out.
Mr. McCharles, for the question. There's several aspects here. One is the design of the fund. All Canadians will benefit because it's a sovereign fund of
Everyone
Canada.
benefits regardless, yes.
It's the People's Fund. We all benefit. And the question, what we're proposing to do on top of that, is to provide all Canadians the opportunity, if they have a little bit of money, we're not talking big money, but a little bit of money to invest alongside, to put into the fund alongside. And that increases the participation. I will tell you that one of the things that is striking going across the country over the past year is Canadians want to get involved. They want to get involved in building the country. In some cases, they can be directly involved in their business or their day-to-day lives. In other cases, it's in consumer choices or where they travel, where they vacation, what they choose to eat or drink. That's a way to get involved.
I stand by, if you are in the United States right now and I recommend starting a hobby farm. Like, even just vegetables if you can. Like, even just vegetables. Learn how to jar shit. Collect some jars if you can. Please start investing in that, because, like, you're gonna get so screwed so fast in the next couple of years.
But if there's a way to align with what is a very exciting time for the country, where we're really building, we'll make that available to people. it is not something for, I'm going to use the term from your question, rich people. It's something for Canadians, for all Canadians, everyday Canadians, and on that scale to provide it. And we'll provide it in a way, again, we'll consult and we'll go through the details, so I don't want to overly finalize it, but we intend to provide it in a way where the investment itself, the actual amount of money is protected. It's something consistent to buying a government bond, but has the upside, the additional return when these projects realize their potential.
Interesting.
And you said the goal of it is to grow.
So he didn't quite answer one part of the question, and that was, are you sure this isn't just going to benefit more quote-unquote rich people? And he didn't actually answer that. So he is kind of passing the ball to the finance minister a little bit, so I don't know if it's... But just, I think that's the case. So... No. I'm not telling you to pick this hobby up to keep busy. I'm telling you to pick this kind of hobby up to stay alive. Because I'm pretty sure that a famine is going to hit the United States. And it's going to hit the United States really, really hard. And there's going to be like a massive, massive economic crash. Like Great Depression level economic crash. And I mean Great Depression level in result, not in amount of money. That's what I mean. I'm not telling you to get a hobby because I don't think you have anything better to do. I'm telling you to pick this up start picking up hobby farming, not as a hobby, but as a means of survival. Just to be clear.
Wealth. And so I'm wondering to what extent, though, you have already
Hoarding
coordinated
rain?
or consulted with the provinces that really have control over. There is a lot of the oil and gas, for example, generating sectors, and Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland. How can you persuade them it's not ultimately a resource wealth grab?
Well, it's not. There's a series, sometimes, if I may, the discussion of how we're building the country, how Canadians are building the country, gets reduced to one sector or one type of infrastructure in one sector. There is a very broad range of things that Canadians are doing to grow Canada strong. That involves...
To grow 2,000 calories a day, you better have a damn big garden. Is 2,000 calories supposed to be what people are eating? I eat like 15 on a good day. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. You can't eat ammo. And all that is a threat to that you're just going to threaten people who do have the capability. So that's kind of makes you the asshole, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's still, again, we're back to the argument of it not being perfect. Just because you can't grow 2,000 calories a day by yourself doesn't mean you shouldn't grow something to help yourself. It doesn't mean one thing doesn't have to solve all your problem.
Involves entirely new ports in the Arctic. It involves a host of critical minerals. It involves data infrastructure and other infrastructure that will be necessary. It involves a series of investments above and beyond the TG, the high-speed rail and others. Where there is at the heart of all of these projects, including in resources, provincial jurisdiction, including resources, where the federal government is catalyzing, helping to make the project happen through a tax incentive, through some other support, regulatory or other support. And at the core, there is a commercial business, a commercial project that is making a profit. It is fair, right, just, smart for Canadians to have a share directly of those profits. And that's what the fund is going to make possible. And this is a great thing for Canadians today and very much tomorrow, because it's going to spread the benefit over time.
Next question. Question question.
Hi, Prime Minister. Jillian Piper with Global News. Is asking Canadians to invest in these projects an admission that we don't have a good enough business climate for the private sector to step up and finance major projects?
Absolutely not. It's the exact opposite. So. We have a great climate. We have a great business climate, and it's getting better every day. And this government's committed to make sure that it.
I'm saying that not because I'm laughing at the question. I think the question is a valid question. I just don't. Yeah, I think the answer is easy, low ball. Yeah. No, that's not what it means at all. Knowing the famine is coming, I have some ideas about what to do with grass and dirt areas of the complex. Depends on what the property management thinks, though. Yeah. Having some ideas. There's a really interesting way of farming called, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like basically mound farming, where you basically build a mound of dirt like this, and then you grow vegetables like this across and around it. And like where you plant them is a big deal. There's another way of farming too, that you like basically have a pit and you sort of dig it like this, where it's like a little crater, and then you put your like around, you put your plants, and then it like naturally collects water in a relatively like arid area that tends to not have as much water. So if watering, like, you might want to look into different farming techniques.
Continues to improve for business investment. You only have to look, and again, I won't front run my finance minister, but I would suggest a careful study during that 5-hour lockup tomorrow, if you're going to attend, of the update. Will detail just the scale to which foreign direct investment has increased in Canada, how it's outpacing all other major economies right now. We intend to that continue. And so the question is, the capital is there, the interest is there. Yes, certain things have to be done for each project to get them moved forward. And the question we asked ourselves, as the government of Canada, is as all that capital comes in from abroad or is invested from domestically, why shouldn't Canadians invest alongside, not with preferential treatment, not with different things, but alongside the private sector and get the same reserves, so that Canadians themselves, but our kids and our grandkids, benefit from this transformation of the economy. That's what we're doing. So capital, foreign investment, we can always get better. This is not the issue we have. Making sure that this transformation benefits as many Canadians, all Canadians, that's what we're focused on, and that's what this is going to help to do.
Follow up. Interesting. Thank you. And will this fund only be able to invest in projects that your government has deemed are in the national interest?
We'll consult. I don't think that it will be that restricted, but it will be a focus on investing in Canada.
Next question.
Investing in Canada, so it doesn't have to be, your question, I'm going to interpret it even more specifically, which is under the Build Canada Act. There are certain requirements for projects of national interest, a designation and others, so it wouldn't be restricted to that in my judgment. We'll consult on the specifics of that. So it's a broader range than would be just specifically C5 to be specific national interest projects.
Next question. Kate.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Kate McKenna, CBC News. Just to follow up on my colleague's question, it sounds like this fund will be for Canadian investments. I believe that puts it at odds with other similar funds around the world. Could you explain why you made that?
Well, there's a couple of things. One is partly we're taking lessons from our history, which is that a lot of wealth has been created in these transformative projects, including catalyzed and supported by government action. That's appropriate because of the broader economic benefits, but also it creates an opportunity to invest alongside for Canadians and spread that wealth over time. That's the first thing. Secondly, we take a lesson from other jurisdictions that had the foresight many decades ago to start sovereign wealth funds and benefit from their broader resources. The third thing is, and in some cases...
You mean we're looking at what other countries have done, seeing what works and what doesn't work, and trying to apply it? Wow. Each time you rub one out, you gotta dig up a potato? How big of a potato?
Began with a domestic focus, then outgrew the scale of the domestic focus. You can think of Temasek in Singapore would be an example of that. You hear this and you're going to continue to hear this, and this is one of the demonstrations of it. We're focused on generational investments, on a scale not seen for generations. A huge range of that. It creates a tremendous opportunity for the country, and this is one way, many others, but it's one way that we can ensure that all Canadians benefit from what's happening, including today, but very much tomorrow in terms of the next generations to come, younger Canadians. This, in many respects, is a fund in terms of the ultimate impact will be felt by younger Canadians and their kids.
I still stand by my initial conclusion that I think the millennial generation is a sacrificial generation. I think for the most part, millennials and their lives are essentially going to be holding up the system hard enough while we rebuild and help and assist the next generation of building better support beams. And preferably a better system overall, but I think the millennials are basically gonna get the short end of the stick all the way around on this one, but I don't necessarily think I think that's okay. Like, it's not great. I would rather it not be that way, but I think it's not... Sacrificing for the people who come after you, I don't think is something to be shameful or anything like that.
Could you elaborate a little bit about why the deficit is set to be less than was projected?
Because we're good fiscal managers. We're focused on, I mean, and that's not like the Minister of Finance, myself, the government, the cabinet.
Like, I don't mean to brag, but like this is what we do. How do we know it's gonna work? Because we know what the fuck we're talking about is a pretty fucking amusing answer to me.
We focus on the numbers, and we were determined to get spending down with a lot of very difficult. My colleagues have participated in some of these decisions, difficult decisions. You can't do everything at the same time. The Minister of National Defense is here, and we have a need to build up and to secure Canada. So we're making decisions in order to create room for that. We're making decisions. The question earlier about affordability, you will see that the decisions we make, a very large number of them, proportion of them, are to address the affordability challenges that Canadians are facing today. But in order for the numbers to be better, you have to be on top of them, and we're on top of them.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Sarah Ritchie with the Canadian Press. Can you help us understand how this is going to be in its goals different from the Canada Infrastructure Bank that was launched under the previous government, and why you need an entirely new agency to do what you're doing?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question, because it's a crucial one. So the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, I mean, I'll start, there's multiple levels of this, but the Canadian Infrastructure Bank provides debt. It lends, and in lending, it helps make projects possible. And it does, and this is an effective institution. It's got real traction, and we'll see the Canada Infrastructure Bank increasingly involved in a series of financings. I'm leaning a bit on Contrecoeur, but I'll use another. They lent $1 billion something into Contrecoeur. There's lots of other examples of that. So, but that's debt. And when you invest, when you lend money, you hope to get it paid back, and then you move on. That's what the Canada Infrastructure Bank does. You don't get the returns that the underlying business or project.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, Orange Dot. I feel better about the notion of sacrificing for the future rather than just repairing the damage of the recent past, or sacrificing with... my concern in the past has been the sacrifice happening with no direction, or with no benefit. The sacrifice happening with no feasible or understood, like, what are we sacrificing for? Right? Like, what are we fucking doing? So, like, you know what I mean? So I do like having some optimism and a little bit of direction, and feeling a little bit more optimistic about that direction. And I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how that plays out in our media. Because, like, especially in, like, horror and sci-fi, because horror and sci-fi tend to be the ones that demonstrate that the most. And I really, really, really want the Hollywood bubble to pop. And it's not because I hate Hollywood. I also hate Hollywood. But, like, I just want more international films and more fucking war bond logic. A little bit, yeah. It's a little bit war bond logic. You're not wrong. Yeah, and helping the community, it feels more personal. It's, yeah, you're right. Ain't if weird how like 90% of global politics right now is about compensating for Trump. It depends on what you mean by weird, but yeah. Yes. It's unfortunate, but it like logically it tracks, it makes sense. I wonder how many governments with big decisions to make are like, let's just wait a few years to see if he dies. There's probably a handful of, like, non-zero. There's probably not zero. Venezuela comes to mind. So, you know, there's... I think that's what Starmer's doing, if I'm being honest. Like, I kind of think the UK is taking that route a little bit harder. But, you know.
Project gets the equity returns, the returns to the owner, which are substantially, if it's well run, substantially higher than the returns for debt.
The qualifier
That's
of it
what
has to
this
be
does.
done
This
right.
comes in on a commercial basis. It gets those returns alongside the private sector, and it will spread the benefits of those returns over a much longer horizon. It's good to have the Canada Infrastructure Bank. It's good to have Export Development Canada, which helps with export finance, BDC, which helps for small, medium-sized enterprises. But all of those entities are helping underlying businesses at the core to move forward. And what we're doing is getting returns because we're helping them, getting returns alongside them.
Follow up.
Between this initiative you're announcing today, the Infrastructure Bank, the Major Projects Office.
Yeah, Canada is definitively, like, grinding its feet on CUSMA and grinding it, in my opinion. I think they're trying to kick the can on CUSMA. Or the North American Trade Agreement, NAFTA. I think Mexico and Canada are both going to drag their feet on that. And it's not unreasonable. Like, even if Donald Trump doesn't die, it's not unreasonable to drag that out until the next election, at the very least. They're definitely not going to have a definitive agreement signed before the midterms. That's for sure, in my humble opinion. Using the Magna Carta to roast the president. I know. We're going to get to that hopefully today. But yeah, they don't even necessarily have to wait for him to die. It depends. I just, a lot of things are just being rebuilt around the United States right now. Like, by around, I mean, like, circumventing, not, like, around them, like, as in involving them.
Is your government getting too involved in picking winners and losers in the economy?
No, is the short answer, because what you're still driving on all of these cases is private proponents who are making the decisions whether or not to move forward. And the scale of investment, even if it's a small amount, there's the discipline of the private sector. But the scale of investment is tens, hundreds of billions of dollars that is only going to happen if the project, the underlying project itself makes sense. And it's when it gets to that point that the people of Canada deserve.
If I'm understanding this correctly, it sounds like what Mark Carney is trying to do is he's trying to temper government spending with investment and relying on the private sector to ensure that the spending is successful or profitable. So, like, to ensure that there's going to be a return on investment, he's relying on the private sector wanting to make money. So he's relying on capitalism to build social security nets. Interesting. It's not a bad idea, right? You know what you see what I'm saying? Fine, we'll buy the F-35s, but about the price? Yeah. You're right.
A share alongside.
Next question. We're just about at time, so this will be the last question.
Sorry.
Prime Minister Graham Richardson, CTV. This all feels very macro, and I appreciate that it's important, it's impactful, and but you go to St. Boulevard right now and you ask people, hey, sovereign wealth fund's been created. They don't understand that, but they do understand where the grocery prices.
Well, I mean, I'm looking forward to CTV explaining it to them.
But yeah, exactly. That's oh, they don't know. Yeah, and like, what do you want me to do about that? That's funny.
To my point, it feels up here, and for people,
does it?
Groceries, gas, all those real life things.
Are we stupid? Does CTV think we're dumb? Maybe CTV thinks we're dumb. Maybe we are dumb. You know what? To be fair, I've had a lot of people come in here and not know basic math. So, you know what? I take it back. CTV is making a valid point. I guess probably. All right, fine. Okay, fine. I'm not happy about it, but okay, fine.
And recent polls have shown that, well, Canadians appreciate where the country's standing is macro, now and give you credit for it. Or your government credit for it. They say it's been failing on affordability issues in the first year. So is there a connection here from this to those affordability issues? Can you make that argument?
Well, I think, so a couple of things.
Okay, so like when he actually got to his question's good. All this fluff at the beginning is kind of whatever.
Graham, and thanks for the question. The one is, good government has to do several things at one time. You need to defend the country. You need to make communities safe. We've got the toughest crime legislation just now finally making it through the House, the reinforcements of the RCMP and the border guards alongside that. You need to build for the future, what we're doing with Canada Strong, that core element. And you need to help people where they are today. Your question goes to the heart of that, which is the very real challenges on affordability. Affordability, that the fact that the country has not built enough affordable homes for decades. Build Canada Homes focused on that.
Yeah.
Shorter term measures on housing affordability. And by the way, we're in Ottawa. We were together on Thursday, I guess, Thursday or Friday, announcing 1,100 new rental properties, Build Canada Homes, catalyzing alongside 2,000 from the city of Ottawa. Big shift for an agency that was only set up 6 months ago. Now, do I expect everyone on Saint Laurent Boulevard to know about Build Canada Homes? No. They're busy people. They don't have to know about that. But they will notice the new homes in Sandy Hill, the new homes in Nepean,
right,
the new homes across Ottawa that are starting construction this summer. And will be on that market. As well, they will, if they're in a position, and not everyone is, and I'll come to other elements of affordability, they will notice that we in the province of Ontario combined have removed GST and HST on new home purchases and cut development charges in half, which mean up to $200,000 off.
That, by the way, is how you do cut taxes to make homes more affordable for the middle class, by the way. It's not that taxes can't be utilized as a tool to finagle affordability. It's that giving you a 1% tax cut and a buy one, get one free situation, or buy one, get one half off, does not help, like what Pierre Poilievre was positing. Cutting the GST and the HST off of a home purchase is really big for a middle class to lower class first-time home buyer, and does not really benefit the upper class at all. Right.
The cost of a home in Ottawa. Okay, that's real affordability. They will notice on June 5th, 12 million Canadians, 3.5 million plus in Ontario, will notice more than that. Actually, I'll check that number and get back to you. They will notice on June 5th when they get a check for more than $500 for the groceries and essential benefit. They may not notice, but they are getting in their account the benefits of the middle class tax cut that 22 million Canadian taxpayers benefit from, which was the first thing this government did. They will notice, and they did notice the day after we cut the federal fuel excise tax, that the price at the pump here in Ottawa went down 12 cents. So all of these things...
The price of gas here went down almost immediately.
And they may not notice or associate with them, but they certainly would notice if they benefit from childcare, the Canada Child Benefit, the dental care program, pharmacare. All of these programs that this government is absolutely dedicated to has either enhanced National School Food Program, $800+ for families. All of these programs that we put in place or reinforced, and it's the reason we burn the midnight oil on the numbers for.
Hey, could the EU help us with trust busting our fucking grocery food chains? That'd be great. I'd appreciate that. Can you guys help us with that?
Spending is to ensure that we continue to deliver those, and we're dedicated. So yes, Graham, the day-to-day is hard. Government has to do, and this government is doing more than one thing at one time. Getting up in the morning, thinking about affordability. How do we preserve the benefits Canadians have? How can we enhance them? How can we give that boost today and a bridge to a better tomorrow. But at the same time, we have to be thinking about how to build a better tomorrow. And in building a better tomorrow, building Canada strong, how do we ensure that all Canadians benefit? Today's announcement, Canada Strong Fund, is part of ensuring that all Canadians, it's another mechanism by which all Canadians, not just some, because, you know, lesson of the CPR, you go across this country, there's a lot of things named after Strathcona, right?
Yeah.
Edmonton, Old Strathcona District, all that stuff. You know, these
Shade
CP
getting
hotels,
thrown.
some were CP, these palaces they built, it was pretty nice. Not sure there was the benefits of the profits of the CPR were broadly shared amongst Canadians. We're going to change that with nation-building projects now.
Last follow-up.
You said you're good fiscal managers, but inflation and energy prices have helped the books too, have they not?
Well, inflation, I'd remind that
Yeah.
inflation in this country is, for the entire life of this government, it has been in the Bank of Canada's target range. Okay, so there's not been a inflation, a shift in overall inflation. I understand grocery prices, fuel prices. That's why we've taken targeted action. I'm pushing inflation out of your pretext because that's not factually correct. I'm sorry, if you're going to ask a factual question, you'll get a factual answer.
Whoa.
Do we have some revenue improvements? We have some revenue improvements, but you will see, and the Minister of Finance will go through in detail, and I would encourage to go through the annexes and look at the spending, that we're on top of the spending, we're delivering on our spending commitments, and that's what's necessary in this environment. One last thing. This country and Canadians have made sacrifices over the years and decisions made over the years. We are the strongest fiscal position of all the major economies. This government is not just preserving that, we're
Each strong
reinforcing
together,
it.
yeah.
And we're doing it in a way that's building a country that's more independent, fairer, stronger, more resilient. And you know, today's announcement is part of ensuring that all of that happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This puts an end to our press conference. This is what I thought I'd kick off with.
Man, the fucking I like it when when the sass is valid. When the sass is valid. How many times have we seen Pierre Poilievre and others get the inflation rates wrong and misrepresent the inflation rate? So the fact that Mark Carney isn't even entertaining it is fun. That's fun. I like that. That's a good time. That's a good time. Good. Everyone liked that. All right. I'm gonna take a quick break. I won't be gone for too long, but I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm gonna do something. I don't know, with myself. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. I need you to go get some water. I have obtained water. Talk of harvesting potatoes. Potatoes. Stretching. Stretching is good. I like stretching. You guys like my painting so far? Potatoes! I'm gonna eat some potatoes later. Potato au gratin. Omelette du fromage. Pomme de terre. Au fromage. Oui? Thanks. Alright, let's keep going. So that's the end of that one. Next up, we got... Oh, this guy named Mark Nixon with a short. Let's... Oh, I didn't need to open that in a new tab. Whatever.
This is what happens when people refuse to let reporters get away with their lies.
You are proposing cutting the...
Of course, this is gonna be a highlight of fucking... I guarantee you this is gonna be fucking Pierre Polyev.
These gas taxes, which will increase demand and therefore inflation. Why should Canadians trust your economic credentials?
Sorry, I don't understand that you're framing there. You say that lowering a tax on gas will increase inflation?
Increase demand for the gas, which again could increase inflation.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I've never heard anyone saying lowering taxes on gas could possibly increase inflation.
It's almost like you're dumb. Like, it publicly admitting on the mainstream media channels that you don't understand the interconnection and interceding points of cause and effect in the economic ecosphere of a country is not a good look. And trying to say that that was, like, not letting the media ask stupid questions after we just watched Carney sass the shit out of somebody. My guy, you're kidding, right? Like, you're joking? Oh man, that's so cringe, dude. All right, anyway, I meant to like go to this guy's channel.
This is what happens when people...
Shut up. Hold on, I want to go to your channel. Because I think this guy's gonna get added to my list. Yeah, this guy's totally going on my list of fucking conservative Christian or conservative Canadian channels that I need to watch because it's some funny ass shit and some really garbage AI. Rob Schneider obliterated woke college students. So yeah, we're gonna talk... What did that say? The Sovereign Sphere? The Sovereign Sphere? Okay, hold on. Add them to my list, too. Get on my list. Get on my list of fucking bullshit. We're gonna subscribe to both of these, and we're gonna come back to these. Alright? So look forward to that in the future. So I've got those marked down for later. Get it marked? Ha 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 ha. Trump bribed Canadian steel move. This is from a channel called Uncover Truth.
On Thursday, April 20...
But we're not going to do that one today. We're going to have to come back to some of the commentary channel ones because we're going to... Sovereign citizen bullshit? I think it might be. I think that might be. We'll come back to that because I want to get through, like, all of the actual ones before we go into the commentary ones. You know what I mean? I like to see the actual fucking things people have said before I watch the commentary stuff. So the next one we're going to do is King Charles III's speech. And I have another one from that says how journalism should handle Poilievre's attacks on Carney. I think that's interesting, but we're not going to watch that today. But we are going to watch King Charles. So we're going to go to King Charles next.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people, across all states, territories, cities, and communities.
Ew, he's so posh and British and very fucking... That's, does that mean the Americans like him more? That seems like to be a vibe. I mean, how do you guys think this speech is gonna compare with the Prince's speech that we watched in Ukraine? I'm curious.
I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence.
Fucking nobody in America knows what quincentennial means. I do not believe that the average American would know that word. I don't believe that. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong. That might not be true, but I don't believe it.
And for all of that time,
like, they're fucking clapping about the fucking Declaration of Independence as if it hasn't been getting shit all over in the last, like, fucking little bit.
aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common.
Ever since you told us to go fuck ourselves, we have been intrinsically linked. What? I feel like that's a weird connection. I mean, it's not wrong, it's just kind of odd.
With America nowadays, except, of course, language.
Oh, he's got jokes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community, and whose impact
Are we really? Okay, all right. This is not his, my fucking issue that I'm having right now is not this guy's fault, all right? It's not his speech that's the problem, okay? So I'm about to do a little bit of criticism here, but it is not actually directed at this person. And I'm only saying that because not because I'm not critical of this guy, but just because I want to bitch about something. We literally just watched the Prince in Ukraine calling out that the uncertainty in Europe right now is Russia versus Ukraine, and that America has a major fucking role in that, and is the fucking problem in that they did not fucking stand by their agreement and stand by what they said they were going to do, and in doing so, fucking destabilized a shitload of agreements by fiat. So to sit here and be like, all these times of uncertainty that you keep doing to everyone else. Like, are we gonna talk to the Americans like they're children? I guess we are. I mean, I guess we have to talk to the Americans like they're children because they're behaving like children. Do you not think that if you make an agreement, you should stand by it? Are you dead? Okay. I think one of my roommates tipped over. Apparently they're not dead. For anybody who cares. The uncertainty in Europe is very much intrinsically tied to the behavior of the United States. The uncertainty in global economics and trade is also directly influenced majorly by the United fucking States. Stand by an agreement in this economy? Yeah, I know, right? Slushy with a, like... No, that's not what I'm... Did I say that? Did I say anything about that? Is that what I said? Do you know what the Budapest Agreement was? And what Americans' obligation was? We've talked about it before. We've gone through it in detail. We know exactly what the Americans were supposed to be doing. And they have failed to do that. We're back to this Slushy. The Slushy's question here is indicative of a criticism that I've been making forever. And it is this hyper-individualism. If one American is doing it and it's good, it counts for all America. If not all Americans are doing it and it's bad, then no American is doing it. The Goblin set a trap up for the roommate. Yeah, it was one of my swinging logs went off. The heads I win, tails you lose. It doesn't work like that. You don't get to claim that if one American is there, or there are people in Ukraine who have American heritage, therefore America the country is standing by its agreement that it made to protect Ukraine and Ukraine's sovereignty, while they're regularly shitting on Ukraine and regularly starting and stopping their supply chains, while also completely fucking up international intelligence and being in Putin's fucking pocket. You cannot look me straight in the face and tell me that you think America is not either A, part of the fucking problem, or B, at least not, or saying that America has stood by its obligation to Ukraine. It wouldn't matter if the majority of Ukrainian population was American. It wouldn't matter. Or had, like, American heritage. Or had moved to Ukraine. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Just on intelligence alone, the abject betrayal and traitorous behavior of the United States towards Ukraine. It's indignant, and it's people's fucking obnoxious. They're proud and ignorant. Look at what we're seeing in the chat right now. You're fucking proud of this. You're a goddamn international fucking embarrassment right now. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And you should be ashamed of your government for what it's been doing in regards to Ukraine specifically. It's pathetic. This also doesn't... I'm not even including the fucking armaments that have already been paid for to the United States that they have not managed to get and ship and complete in a not only a timely manner, but also in the amount of time that they were told that they were going to get them, and in some cases, at all. If those children could read, they'd be very upset. All right, yeah, fair. Fair. But to, like, have the audacity to hear these criticisms and respond with, oh, but there's Americans that live in Ukraine. Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking dumb? Like, how dumb fucking are you? Like, you should be embarrassed by even saying that. At all. And it's okay to feel embarrassed. Like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to feel embarrassed. Get over it, snowflake. And move on. Learn and do better. Fucking disgusting.
It's felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet too in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord.
Is he talking about the shooting? The definitely real shooting that happened in the ballroom? Is that or the reinforced ballroom shit? Is that what he's talking about? I don't fucking know.
say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed.
Yeah, Jean-Claude, that just dodges the criticism. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's a red herring. Address the issue, and then maybe people will take you seriously. You know, when less children are being kidnapped by Russians. What do you think America's obligation to Ukraine even was? Quite frankly. You think you can just send like 10 guys over there to go fucking fight? And you think that meets your obligation to the agreement? You're kidding, right? Like I said, how fucking stupid are you? How dumb do you think everybody else is? That we don't fucking know what the agreement was. And we don't know that you've reneged. You can at least acknowledge reality that you've reneged on that deal. And that you failed in your agreement to Ukraine. And you failed in America's goal of denuclearizing everywhere else. This is an abject failure. All of the work that was done beforehand, same thing with Iran, right? Same fucking thing. Same fucking thing. You really think anybody's gonna fucking agree to Donald Trump and denuclearizing and a denuclearizing deal when he's behaved this way towards Ukraine? Are you kidding? You stabbed and Ukraine was your ally. You fucking stabbed them in the back. And you need to at least fucking acknowledge that and say that, oh, no, we've got like a couple guys over there. Oh, yeah? As if that fucking undoes the damage, as if that unkills the children, as if that, like, rebuilds the infrastructure in Ukraine right now, as if you fucking did anything. Yeah, alright, sure. It's not even a fraction. It's not even worth mentioning. It's not even worth mentioning. US has also threatened to not abide by Article 5 of NATO, correct? It's also thrown its weight around in X, Y, and Z, right? When it comes to Russian sanctions and weakening on Russian sanctions. Oh, no, I got you. You're fine. We're not grammar Nazis here. Except when it's funny. You're a fucking embarrassment. You should feel embarrassed. Are you embarrassed? You should feel embarrassed. In fact, if you're not embarrassed and you're proud of what you're saying, I don't know what to tell you at that point, man. You're gross and stupid. 100% Trump's USA is a stain on what America was supposed to stand for. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's not even on all Donald Trump, though. A fucking shit stain for how often that guy shits his pants. And the Americans that are fighting in Ukraine are the same as the people fighting there from the UK, ex-soldiers who want to do the right thing. Canada's been there the whole time. Canada has been in Ukraine since before the annexation of Crimea. Nope, as in no, you're not embarrassed. That tells us way more about you than I think you want it to. Screw you. You don't get it, do you? You are stupid. Actually, I'm low-key a little bit impressed by how fucking dumb you are. You actually think that doing what you did in stabbing Ukraine in the back after they fought with you in Afghanistan is just gonna screw over Europe? The fact that you're even saying screw Europe in response is actually fucking the worldview of how much you are shooting yourselves in the foot is like it's a microcosm of how absolutely borked your perception is and your level of like self-awareness or knowledge of what position your country is in. And it's this back to that hyper-individualism problem. You don't even know how to recognize yourselves as a country anymore. You're barely a democracy that's holding on with thoughts, prayers, and half-melted duct tape. It was half-melted by the fucking Twin Tower fire when it went down. Your country's a fucking joke. It's barely a fucking country at this point. You think saying screw Europe and stabbing Ukraine in the back and stabbing your allies in the back is going to, like, you're proud of that. You're proud of being a fucking traitor. Low-key fucking impressive. Low-key fucking impressive. Oh my god, that's brilliant. You're a genius. Chesh, where have most of the wars in written history fought? Hey, how biased is written history, Jonkler? Proud of being a piece of shit? Yeah, proud of being an ignorant piece of shit. How much of written history has been destroyed by other countries coming in? The fact that you don't even know this or can't even conceive of it or don't even consider it as a factor is absurd. Do you have any, like, how many wars has America decided aren't wars because they fucking lost? Is it over 3? Is it more than 3? It's at least 3 I can think of off the top of my head. 4 if you include 1812. Your ignorance is impressive. You're a dying breed. And it's for the better. Was 1812 more of a draw? No.
Whatever our differences.
Question from Slushy said, so getting into more wars will fix it. The fact that that is the question you're asking tells me how ignorant you are of the situation and what it fucking means on a global, both economic scale and on a personal set-by-set scale. Yes, the war-torn shithole of Czech's notes Venice. No, these people don't know what counts as Europe, guys. Guys, these people do not know what counts as Europe. They have no clue. They'll have to check. I guarantee you. They have no idea. They don't know. I guarantee you that Jonkler and Slushy do not know what makes up Europe. Guaranteed. They cannot point, they could not draw the border around it or even circle it properly on a map. Guaranteed. See? They don't know. They don't know, they can't. They're just trying to egg people on and make people angry for no fucking reason. Because they're too incompetent to be able to participate in actual conversation and are too snowflakey to be able to actually deal with any real criticism or any actual facts of the matter. Like I said, they're proud of their ignorance and they think they're impressive by stabbing other countries in the back. Berlin will never have never recovered from World War II. Yeah, I know, right? Yes. One of the biggest destinations for vacation is a war-torn shithole. Paris. See, they're incompetent. They can't. So they just deflect into something else and try to say things that'll make people angry as if anybody cares. Here's the problem with trying to insult people, Jonkler, is that people have to value your opinion. And when your dumb fucking phrases that you pretend are arguments are barely cohesive or contextually relevant, and you're already proud of how fucking stupid you're agreeing you are and you've admitted to be, your insult falls on, like, nobody gives a shit. So it means your insult, it doesn't mean anything. It holds no value. Europe, Asia, there's your border. You remember when America had a really popular show that was called Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Oh my god. the proud ignorance of conservatives, right-wingers in the United States is like something to behold. I tell you what. It's impressive. It's really actually quite like fascinating. It's like looking at a zoo. Oh, wonderful. All right, go on, Prince Charles. Or
whatever disagreements we may
Charles.
have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy.
I don't think very many of the American people agree with you, or at least the number of people that are Americans that agree with you are not that high. For example, just in this chat, these dumb motherfuckers supporting Russia in the chat are definitively opposing democracy by doing so. So currently, at least Jonkler and whatever what the fuck is your name? Hold on, Slushy and Jonkler are anti-democracy.
To protect all our people from harm and to salute the courage.
No, they also disagree with that. Right-wing extremists in America don't care. And they're ignorant about it and do not think that democracy in other places. Remember how America had this whole spiel that it was going on about for years and years and years, and they invested a shitload of money in, and it was bringing democracy to the world? Yeah, failed on that front. Good job. You got, like, right near the fucking end point. Like, you almost did it, and then you just decided to nosedive and shit yourself. Like, shit your pants right before the finish line. Good job. Good job, guys. And you're proud of it. You're running around with shit-filled pants. Being like, look how amazing we are. And you're like basically naked and you've just got shit down your leg.
Those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries.
No, they don't care about that.
Standing here today, it is hard not to feel...
They literally don't, like, both Jonkler and Slushy have demonstrated that they don't even care about their own American service members. They don't fucking care. They don't care. So who are you talking to? Right? Are you talking to the American people right now? Is King Charles talking to the American people? It seems like he's trying to talk to the American people. But, like, there is an incredibly large portion of the American population that does not, like, is anti everything you're saying.
Weight of history on my shoulder.
Again, I've posed them one question about Ukraine and Russia, and they have not been able to answer it. And it is, what was America's role? What job? What was America supposed to do in that agreement? Jonkler was the one that thought indigenous art was laughable. Yeah, Jonkler's the racist. Jonkler's the racist in the chat? Yeah. You doing 9 years in the military does not mean you care about other military service members. That tells you nothing. That says nothing.
Because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest...
No, they don't need to be timed out for now. It's fine. If they say something racist, sure. But no, they're allowed to disagree. They're allowed to spew their ignorant bullshit. Let them embarrass themselves.
Respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this...
Except for those black people, am I right? Looking at you, American Congress.
Renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States.
Funny. Sure. Tell me again about the history between Europe and the United States and how selfish the United States is in general, particularly World War II. I feel like the Supreme Court is more racist than Congress now. Valid. Valid. Yeah, also being in the military for 9 years tells us nothing about what you were doing.
Now,
Good point,
as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today.
I don't know if you need me to explain that joke to you, but he's basically saying that politicians don't want to be in America and want to flee because of how fucking shit everything is right now over there. Like I said, you're a fucking embarrassment. You're an embarrassment to democracy. Your country doesn't even have a fucking name, dude. The United States of America is not the name of your country. You're called the United States of America. You don't even have a proper country name. Like, come on, guys. Could you imagine people in the United States right now trying to figure out a name for their country? It'd be very funny.
As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident
Joke's on you. People in the United States don't know history.
truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation.
See, this is how fucking stupid they are. It's America. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Was it once a
The Middle North, the United States of Middle North America would be most accurate. Mildly cryptic joke to entertain the rest of the world. The Americans don't notice.
fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is
the country of America, on the continent of America, and the planet of America. We're America. Okay, great. Which one? The North or the South America?
the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable.
I don't know. I mean, the Americans that are here literally just said that the entirety of Europe could go fuck itself. So maybe that is not exactly a good description of the views of a sizable portion of United States citizens. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Nothing a liberal prefers to talk about more than titles and labels. Didn't the first thing you say was a fucking label? You don't find that a little bit ironic, Andy? Andy, can you do me I have some survey questions. Can you tell me what 20% of 5% is? Is it very liberal of me to point out that there's a portion of the United States citizenry do not agree with the statements that are being made by King Charles right now? 5. You think 5% of 20% is 5? You want to try that one again? I'll give you another opportunity. 5% of 20%. Seeing the royals got your blood boiling?
Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States.
The Republic.
And my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles...
Hey, congratulations. Everybody clap. Everybody clap for Andy. Andy got it right. Thank you, Andy, for getting it right. 90% of the time we ask that question, the person cannot answer it. So thank you, Andy. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you for getting it correct. Thank you. But yeah, is it terribly liberal of me to describe, am I misrepresenting somebody by, like, I'm not wrong about that, right? Like, am I? Do you guys, do the people who just said fuck fuck Europe think that they are supportive of Europe all of a sudden? Like,
Dickens might have called A Tale of Two Georges.
I like how he's playing the Americans by just being like, I'll wait for you to clap and you will clap for me. That's pretty funny, actually. I do not understand what billionaires... Sorry, Gamer J said, I do not understand what billionaires think the final outcome of all this is. If nobody has a living wage, they cannot buy your products, pay for your services, or rent the properties being owned and hoarded. At that point, does the whole thing not just collapse? Correct. Yeah. There's no... They're not thinking that far ahead. They're thinking short-term gains because all they care about is the amount of money that they have hoarded is, 1, number go up, make brain good. And 2, that they're going to have enough money regardless. Because they don't really understand, or they're not thinking far enough ahead to understand the collapse. So that's why. Oh, so you're just being super duper judgy without knowing anything that you're talking, like knowing where you are or what anybody's saying. Okay, sounds about right. It sounds like you had a very emotional response, a very emotional snap response to something you heard, and that's understandable. It happens to everybody. Don't feel bad about it. It's okay. I forgive you. Yeah, exactly, Al. The billionaire just owns everything so they can live like Roman rulers and that people are robots and they can just oppress the people so they have to keep working regardless and that they continue benefiting forever, basically, yeah.
The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America. And please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action.
Is there a portion of people in the United States that think that their government is controlled by Britain and by the crown? And they think there's like sleeper agent crowns? I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some conspiracy theories that exist that are like that, but fortunately they haven't thought their goal of techno-feudalism. Yeah, oh, so that's something interesting that's happening. I'm not going to go into it right now too much, but we'll definitely talk about it another time, is AI and like, not Palantir, the other one. Oh, what's that guy's name? I don't recall. They're basically collapsing in real time. And they're starting to notice that the technocrat is... The technocrat is in the beginnings of collapse, which is going to be very, very bad for the United States. And the reason this is very, very bad for the United States is because a lot of the money currently bolstering the United States GDP is in Silicon Valley and is invested in tech oligarchy, right? So that would be Elon Musk, tech billionaire, Mark Zuckerberg, tech billionaire, a guy whose name I forget who owns Google, Bill Gates, Microsoft, tech billionaire. Okay, so for those of, I'll explain it on a little bit slower, on a little bit of an easier thing. Out of the 10 richest individuals on the planet, 9 of them are from the United States and in the United States. 9 out of 10. Top 10 richest people in the world. All right? And you have the regulars on there, right? You have Bill Gates, you have Mark Zuckerberg, you have Elon Musk, you have the guy who owns Google or Alphabet, you have Jeff Bezos, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a whole 5. 1 not being American, 5 of them being tech guys. The other one who is not American is from France. He's also a tech guy. So that leaves 4 more off the top of my head that may or may... I know 2 of them are real estate guys and like big shareholder, like conglomerate holders. So 2 of them. So that leaves 2 more that are in question that may or may not be tech industry guys. I don't remember. I'd have to look at the list again. So what happens when things like very real litigation, for example, is Sam Altman up there? I don't recall. He might have been. I haven't, I'd have to look at it again. I also haven't looked at it in a year, so it might have shifted around since then. But Anthropic. Thank you. That's the one I was trying to remember. It was Anthropic. So the very real consequences of things like Stop Killing Games. Things like the EU setting standards and rules around tech, like what France is taking Elon Musk and Twitter, currently known as X, to court over. Things like privacy regulations in the EU is going to have a very, very, very big effect on the tech billionaires in the United States. And they're going to lose a shitload of money. A shitload of money. AI, Tesla, those big money makers in the United States. So you're going to see a collapse in GDP in the United States, on top of everything else that's going on, because you're going to see collapse otherwise, but I mean, whatever. But what you're also going to see is you're going to see the rise of more options from other places, right? So you're going to see that monopoly, that crushing monopoly that the United States seems to have on the world, as well as in like military, for example. So there's a lot of money in the industrial military complex in the United States, right? I don't think any of us are going to disagree that the United States spends a shitload of money and a shitload of its GDP on its military. That is going away fast. Not that the United States isn't going to keep trying to spend a shitload of money on it, but the rest of the world is not investing in American military services as much anymore, and that's going to get less and less and less as everybody decouples and detangles themselves from the United States, as the United States runs around fucking kicking everybody in the head. So, but let me go back and see what Andy said here. I'm a broke Canadian, okay? But I also know complaining about rich people is for weak people who love to be victims. Why? I'm curious to know how you've tied those two things together. Because that sounds like you've non sequitured yourself into a circle. US age verification law will make Linux illegal. US banning all US made routers. Oh, us. Sorry. Us banning all US made routers. There's also going to be like, yeah, the age verification thing. There's also going to be like a, France and Denmark moving away from utilizing Windows is going to be a big factor, and that's going to ripple effect its way out. Right? And the thing is like, these things don't come back if Trump is gone. Right? Although I do like the irony of the first thing. I make a joke, and the first thing Andy does was make an assumption and make an emotionally based assumption, and then attack me with a label, and then immediately start complaining and projecting that other people do that. So I will await your apology, Andy, for being a hypocrite. Thank you.
The Founding Fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or
Americans
as we
sound silly
say
to me.
in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence. By balancing contending forces and drawing strength into diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary...
Diversity and inclusion? Not in my revolution, my Minecraft server.
...idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta.
Do you think the Americans are going to be irritated, or there's going to be a portion of people in the United States that are going to be irritated that that he's saying that the Enlightenment that they got, they inherited from Europe?
These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy.
Fitz said in the chat, well, diversity within the European context, which wasn't nothing back then. Yeah, it definitely wasn't nothing, that's for sure. The colonies in the United States, as well as when you start talking about things like between Native American people, as well as people from Mexico, as well as people from Spain, as well as people from varying part of France and varying part. Like the United States would not have been successful in their civil war to separate from the British if they did not if they didn't pinch hit in France. Like France, without France, they would not have succeeded. That's not even speculation. That's like, everybody knows this. But at the same time, remember what the United States did when France was like, hey, cool, so you're gonna pay us back? They went, LOL, no. So for anybody who's not up to date, America, the United States, are kind of well known for fucking over their allies If you want to know about critical race theory, I already did a video of it like 2 years ago. You can go and check that out. JD Vance is gonna explode. Yeah.
But also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation.
All right, are there any people from the United States here that know what the Magna Carta is and can tell me what it is? France collapsed because Benjamin Franklin kept borrowing way too much money and the royals weren't paying attention to that. Well, you know.
Foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Checks and balances, not on my American Minecraft server. Like, is this, like, Howard Lutnick is standing up and clapping for fucking, for him saying, fucking, checks and balances exist in the United States. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you don't care. It's just, that's just you protecting yourself from your own ignorance. That's just a defense mechanism. I don't care, therefore I'm justified to not know, right? Therefore I'm protected from being ignorant. Like, we see through you. It's not, it's transparent as fuck, dude. Checks and balances dig at Trump. Well, it's absolutely a dig at Trump, but like, fucking Howard Lutnick standing there fucking clapping like a fucking jackass. How's those Epstein files going, by the way, guys? How's that flying? Not great? Flying high? All the way to Epstein Island?
This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy.
Does anybody remember what the Statue of Liberty is? There's a lot of shit in the United States that every other country seems to know a lot more about than the citizens of the United States.
Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast.
That's just not true, but nice language, I guess.
Not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is
the United States has definitively failed at this intention.
The very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker...
You mean like COVID?
For many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally,
So real quick question, Slushy. Hey, as a ruling nation, do you think somebody who betrays that nation is somebody that you would fight against? So for example, if if the Democrats got together and started a civil war, would you fight them? He said vibrant and diverse. Abort! Run away! You actually think that the UK cares about this shit? That the American mindset is baffling to me. You think they give a shit. That's so funny. Wacky.
That guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that
He's currently implying that the current government in the United States is the darkness, by the way, if you didn't pick that one up.
As people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none.
Their heads would explode if he said anything specifically about Islam. Yeah, of course they would. Like, I don't know if the people in, like, if very many of the individuals that, like, the average, quote unquote, the typical average American understands how tentative and gentle King Charles is being and needs to be to talk to people in the United States. Like, I don't know if, like, that is clear in this speech. Look at take a look at the difference between the way King Charles is speaking, trying to talk to the United States, and look at the way the prince spoke in Ukraine. Just 1-to-1. Just 1-to-fucking-1.
The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's.
I can't help but notice that you weren't able to answer my question about whether or not you would fight with Democrats if they rebelled. Funny thing that.
Soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. he visited in 1939 with my beloved...
Yeah, the king isn't here to fucking start a war with the United States. Nobody wants to go to war with the United States. Wanting to go to the war with the United States is a fool's errand, especially right now. There's no reason to go to war with the United States while they are blundering their way into oblivion. If you're gonna plan to go to war with America, you should be planning to do it in the next 10 years. Or maybe 8 years. You wouldn't want to do it right now. Let me paraphrase Jonkler for you real quick. That's hypocritical, and I won't waste my time answering. Forgive for thinking that my silence was enough to please you. One, I wasn't asking you. Second off, let me paraphrase that for you. I'm too much of a bitch to answer your question because I know it's going to make me look like a hypocritical asshole. You're welcome.
Grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed.
Oh, you mean there was a fight between... There was a fight about freedom and the United States chose not to join it? You don't say. Imagine that. And there's Slushy, also dodging the question. Doesn't matter.
Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991.
Yeah, he's making a really strong parallel to the fascism of World War II that he is alluding to, but I don't know how much they're picking up on it.
The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot...
Calm down, Jonkler. There's no need to get so emotional about the little bitch that you are. It's okay.
...rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it.
Good luck.
Renewal...
Listen, if it's not a ballroom and covered in gold and glitter jizz, I'm pretty sure fucking Trump isn't interested in building it.
Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
Oh yeah, if you want to get the Americans on anything, you fucking talk about boats. Slushy, I would fight the Dems. Perfect. Was that really that hard to answer? I understand that. That makes sense. So then why are you surprised that when the United States rebelled against England and rebelled against Britain, that they fought you on it? As if it's a point against them. As if that means that you can't, years down the line, fucking have a conversation like adults. How petty are you? Not only as an individual, but as a country. You understand how tone-deaf and absurd and obscene about 90% of the comments that you've said are.
Sixth, my great-uncle Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was...
yes, the day that the Americans have forgotten, and the day the terrorists won.
a defining moment for America, and your
Man,
pain and shock
what a
were
lose
felt
streak.
around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss.
We talked about 9/11 before, and I will take a moment to remind everybody, it was a relatively productive conversation, but I will take a moment to remind everybody that one of the things that we learned during that conversation was that the majority of Americans in the chat had zero idea about the way that 9/11 was covered in the news around the rest of the world. Next to no idea, no clue. Zero, none. Thanks. Welcome, Feline.
We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten.
I'm sorry, I can't help but roll my eyes at that. My eyes are rolling not at King Charles, by the way. My eyes are rolling at the United States. Just to be clear. Not that I wouldn't roll my eyes at King Charles. Fuck that guy. I don't give a shit.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked...
I will also take a moment to remind... I haven't even saved this yet, thank you. I will then also take a moment to remind you that 9/11... about how much work and how much fighting Jon Stewart did during after 9/11 to just get basic care for the veterans and the firefighters and the people who helped with 9/11 and saved people's lives on ground zero, and how much both the American people and Congress and the Senate and the presidency failed them over and over, and how hard fought that was. Why? Because the American people didn't care enough. And because the Senate doesn't fucking care. I stand by it. Your country doesn't give a shit. Your country doesn't care about its own fucking people. We have learned through our time covering these politics that Canada, its government and its people treat our pets better than the United States treats the United States people. All you need to know about a person in power is whether they think Kissinger was a good guy or a bad guy. Fair. He's still been fighting. Yeah, he's not even done. This is ongoing. It's still fucking going. The fact that you want to sit here and applaud fucking 9/11 and fucking stroke your dicks about it for eternity while leaving the people who fucking actually did anything for you over it, both to die in a fight against Russia, because remember, Afghanistan was a response to 9/11, and the people who helped you was fucking Ukraine. And if you really cared and remembered and cared about your fucking citizenry and cared about the people who are your veterans and who fought in Afghanistan, you would give a shit about Ukraine, because you know who was saving American lives in Afghanistan? Ukrainian soldiers. If you fucking cared about 9/11 and cared to remember 9/11, the people who saved lives and were the first responders on ground zero on 9/11 would have blanket health care for everything. And they don't. And you don't. And I'm not saying most Americans, I'm saying all Americans do not care about this enough. All of them. You don't, as a people. And if you don't like being grouped as a people, I'm sorry, that's a problem with your philosophy and your social views that you've been indoctrinated into, that is me all the time. We're back to the hyper fucking individualism problem. Do you even understand what that means? Do you even have a fucking clue? No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. You don't fucking know. You don't fucking know. You are incapable of viewing your own country as a group. Your thoughts and prayers, sustained, melted ass, fucking duct tape held, goddamn democracy is a joke and an abject failure. Now, that doesn't mean it's all doom and gloom. It doesn't mean you can't do anything about it. You could go right now and go and do something about this. You could go and get those veterans and those first responders fucking healthcare. You won't. You don't even have to do it at a federal level, because I'm already seeing that fucking excuse. You won't. How many years has it been since 9/11? Fucking Jonkler. How can we instill understanding and empathy into American society? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking... Is that a real question?
Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so.
Oh, you mean Article 5? That Article 5 thing. That article, yeah. Short answer is education. Yeah, Feline is correct. The short answer is education.
For more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Oh, no, you shut the fuck up. You do not pretend you're fucking clapping for the defense of fucking Ukraine. You know you fucking lie to me. Sit the fuck back down.
It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United
Oh, look out. Climate change is real, guys.
States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping...
We all do also remember that Trump pulled out of the Paris Accords, right? We remember that. That was a thing. The coalition of the willing is something that exists now also, without the United States. The rearmament of Europe is happening without the United States.
North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of U.S. service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states.
I would like to remind everybody that there is none. There is not a single fucking American military base in Canada. None. None. Zero. None. Not even one. The number, I recommend you check out if you get a second. Go and look how many service members Canadian service members are in America right now, and how many American service members are in Canada right now. Those numbers might surprise you. Oh, also, you should, if you're really curious, you should totally look up how much American debt Canada owns.
We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS.
Why would we need bases in Canada? Good question. Why would you need bases in Canada? You think that me stating that is an indication that you should put bases in Canada? Where is your mind set?
And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavours together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes, and
an independent judiciary is fucking goddamn spicy.
delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world.
Oh, look at King Charles out here pretending that he's gonna fucking help save America from itself. Nah. Adorable.
Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate...
United States citizens don't care about that. As you can see, as you can tell from the chat. You don't fucking care.
The $430 billion...
And as you can tell by the direction the United States has taken for the last 50 years.
...in annual trade that continues to grow. The $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation. And the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build
oh my
for
God.
generations yet unborn.
Slushy, that's fucking hilarious. You can even call ice on King Charles. Yo. I have a question about that actually. A follow-up question joke. How does ice handle diplomatic immunity, or does it not? I'm curious. Calling ice on Charles. That's so funny. I like it.
Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries.
Emblematic. What a word drop. Ooh, spicy. Ice adhering to the procedures? I would wager it does not. Yeah, I would probably say it does not.
Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature.
Ask Ecuador about that. Oh my God, Red.
Our most precious and irreplaceable asset. millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America.
I will remind you that there is a sizable portion of the United States population that does not believe that that is true. It does not believe in, like, continental drift. Like, a sizable portion. Like, as in they had to go to court about it.
Are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity.
Is it low-key gigabrain to call climate change an economy?
Our national security.
I mean, the United States was perfectly fine to sacrifice all of their old and sick people to COVID for the sake of the economy. If we start calling, like, the ecosystems and climate change an economy, will they be willing to, like, participate? Yo, it might work. Low-key, might work.
The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart
That's true.
that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across.
They just authorized to let a foreign mining company mine the Boundary Water region of Minnesota. Oh, that'll go well, I'm sure.
The world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence.
True.
The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God
This whole speech has been very absolute, yeah.
bless the United Kingdom.
Alright, that's the end of the fucking thing. Alright. Okay. Well, give me 1 minute and then we'll talk about it. Alright, so think about that for a little bit and then I'll come back in a sec. Okay, I've returned. So I think there's a handful of things here that matter, right? A handful of things. I think one of the things that we've demonstrated in this chat that it literally does not matter how nice, understanding, how much time you take educating or trying to talk to people that are supportive of people like Donald Trump, people that are supportive of like MAGA movement styled things, right-wing extremist conservatives, they will always be assholes to you in return. They're never going to like, and as soon as you fucking hit on a nerve, they'll either just call you stupid, start trying to call you names, or they'll be like, well, I don't care. And then they'll spend 5 hours watching the stream. So I think it's a little bit telling. They don't care, but they care enough to spread their vitriol everywhere they go, and their bigotry everywhere they go, and they're proud of their ignorance everywhere they take it. And this is something that, like, I think a lot of us who are not from the United States have been aware of for a long period of time. This is like an ongoing, so much so that it's like an ongoing meme when it comes to like Americans when they travel, right? So it's very much a well-known factoid, and it's just rearing its head in the ugliest way possible. Would have been awesome if he just ended with "go fuck yourself." Yeah, it would have been pretty funny. Currently, the UK is still trying to like dance with the United States because they weren't prepared. There's a reason why Canada was able to act as decisively as it was. And one of those reasons is because even when Obama was president, Justin Trudeau had started to uncouple us from the United States. So this is something we have been prepared for, had been preparing for sort of on the down low for at least a decade, if not since 9/11. Speak English, she said in Hong Kong. Yeah, exactly. When it comes to, Brexit, Brexit has been a really big factor in the way the UK has been responding. The UK is just not in the same position that Canada is in. On top of that, the UK doesn't have the same... Yeah, the UK has been struggling since Brexit. Yeah, since 2016. The other thing is that Canada is also geographically incredibly close to the United States, so we have to act a little bit quicker and a little bit more decisively in that regard. Yeah, it actually, like, part of it likely started during Harper as well, yeah. Yeah. I just know of Justin Trudeau and Obama's interactions. Not every single thing, and this is something that you can tell when you've got somebody that's like worth dealing with and having a conversation with, is if they can fucking even capable of acknowledging that somebody that they disagree with politically might have done something correctly or made a point. You will notice that it is incredibly one-sided. Need a post-America world, and America needs a post-9/11 mindset? Man, I don't even know. I wonder what that does to the psychological level, living next door to this clusterfuck. Yeah, good question. I can't really answer that. I mean, you guys know my attitude. You guys have been watching me for a while. Like, you probably have, like, a little bit of a rough idea of kind of where I'm at. The only trade that America has to offer is stupidity. I do think that there is a unique... I think we've talked about this before, but America definitely has a unique brand of stupidity that it exports. And Canada is certainly not immune. Although we seem to do... We do seem to have, like, a different... Like, it's got a little bit of a different lilt. It's got a bit of a different lilt. Watermelon. Move all of England's games in the World Cup to Mexico and Canada? Yeah, I mean, I think that's... I'm just wondering how long it's going to be before the rest of the world is forced to start treating the United States the way they treat Russia. Where Russia has to be, like, kicked out of fucking everything. And I think it's only a matter of time, realistically, at the end of the day. I think it's only a matter of time. And I think there's also, like, an issue when it comes to discourse, for example. That when you're proud of your ignorance, you're not engaging in discourse. You're engaging in propaganda. You, Slushy, have not engaged in discourse. We have engaged in discourse. You haven't. Jonkler hasn't engaged in discourse. At best, you've been trolling. And that might not be your intention. It might not be what you want to be doing. You might be wanting to have a more functional conversation, but you're not capable of doing it in the mindset you're in. Nobody would watch the stream, look at the conversation of me, of your interactions with chat, and say that you were engaging in discourse. I think the United States is a fucking embarrassment, and they should be embarrassed. Even if it's only for their engagement with Ukraine. The bigotry that you just passively spew between Slushy and Jonkler is just incredible. It's just boggling. And admittedly, I don't even think you even know you're doing it. I think you're doing it intuitively, and I think that makes it worse. I feel sorry for the adults in America, few that is. The American exceptionalism striking so hard today. Striking so hard today. I think we made pretty good progress on our art, though, so that's nice. Yeah, the trade connections are too deep for sanctions. Yeah. Junkler says, I think he means the blood sports, which is pretty prevalent in our own communities. Who? You mean that's what you think? You think that Slushy has used the term discourse to describe blood sports? Yeah, blood sports aren't my thing. Not interested. Yeah, I agree with low energy. Blood sports are pretty dead. Yeah, around more trade implications. How much America is fucking everyone over because Donald Trump decided he wanted to bomb Iran for no fucking valid reason. And the fact that the people in the United States don't even care or know. They don't care. They don't care about fucking how their actions affect the rest of the world. They barely even notice. They barely even notice. Thank you for the save. I will take that. They barely even notice it's happening. Because they're fucking completely ignorant of it. And as much as they sit around and cry foul about mainstream media, they also refuse to go and find any other media outlet outside of their own fucking circle. Or outside of their own little bubble. If you actually cared about having accurate information, you would watch media and news that is from outside of the United States. And you don't. Because you don't. You just like to pretend you care because you think you're doing something and it jerks off your emotional hate boner and your victim complex. And that's what it is. It's a victim complex. And it's a victim complex stemming from 9/11. Trying to ride a high on something you didn't earn. That you huffed too much of your own supply about back from World War I and World War II. There are things you can do about this. I'm not saying this because I'm saying that Americans are shitty and there's nothing they can do about it. I'm saying that Americans are better than this, and they can do things about it. And they're choosing not to. I never felt like a victim of 9/11. That doesn't mean you weren't, though. Fee and Feline are saying the exact same things. The hero complex from World War II, the fucking Rambo, the fucking Independence Day movie, fucking Welcome to Earth! Dragged into World War II. You think you were dragged into World War II? Yeah, I guess. I guess. I mean, you could have just taken the hit and moved on with your day. As if World War II wasn't affecting them. As it, like, that's such a childlike understanding of the political climate of World War II. It's almost adorable. John-Claire, you're almost cute. If you were less bigoted, you'd be adorable. It's a shame about you being a prick, though. Watch, he's gonna get offended that I said that after he literally just admitted to being an asshole on purpose. World War II was a world effort. Yeah, it was. Yeah, the US could have decided not to join World War II after Pearl Harbor. It was a decision. They decided that. We're all victims of 9/11, but only because of what America has done to us. A lot of people are victims of 9/11. Particularly when they called Article 5, when they lied to everybody. Why do you think Canada and other countries have been slowly decoupling themselves from the United States over the last handful of years? Because they fucking lied. They called Article 5 and they abused Article 5 and they lied to everybody. And it's gross. And this disregards the number of Canadian soldiers that were killed by American soldiers after 9/11 during the war. Yeah, after 9/11, CCTV exploded overnight in the UK and it was put everywhere. Yep. Yeah, that's not something to be proud of, Jonkler. The fact that your country has a hero complex in a situation they were fucking not not exactly helpful in for the majority of is not a flex. It's an embarrassment. Anyway, that's enough for me. It's almost 4 p.m. I got another stream later at 11 called Dumb Fuck Friday. I gotta double check with Manya, make sure she's ready to go. Other than that, big thing happening on the 4th over on Debate Hub. Definitely go over check that out. Tisdall Tuesday on the 12th. Probably, hopefully Dapper will have his computer fixed. I'll be on the Warren G. Vidges channel on the 7th. And Rum and Coke is on the 9th over on Debate Hub. I'll be live again maybe tomorrow, hopefully. I'm gonna get on out of here. I only saw Canadians in training, and I personally never saw them in country, though I was aware of them. You're aware of the Canadians that got killed by American soldiers during the war? I'm gonna get out of here. I hope you enjoyed. Enjoy the art. Hope you guys have a good day. I hope you guys have a good weekend planned. I'm going to be a busy little bee as usual, so make sure you swing by, like, share, subscribe, become a member, blah, 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 blah. California being on fire. Oh, and Canadians showing up to save California like every year for the past, like, I don't know, what, 6 years? Oh, hey, Chris. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to get out of here. Have a good weekend, everybody. Do something with your life. Stop embarrassing yourself on the internet. Bye.